𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 9. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by brandonoutlookcom on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku was making his way to the 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's house after learning from a civilian he had saved that a group of villains was attacking the island. Their leader was targeting the 𝗀𝐮𝐿 siblings, and although Izuku didn't know the reason, he understood that the two kids were in danger. Despite Mahoro's previous antics, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As he rushed forward at his maximum safe speed, he chastised himself for his inability to control the black WHP quirk. If he could insert it, he could reach the 𝗀𝐮𝐿 faster. However, every attempt resulted in either wisps or uncontrollable tendrils. He had tried to follow the 5th user's advice, but it wasn't working. Shaking off his frustration, he focused on his mission: protect the kids and stop the villains. 9 had discovered the boy with the quirk he needed to achieve true divinity, a cell activation quirk that worked for all BLD types, a superior version of his father's quirk. With this power, he could finally unleash his true abilities without the curse affecting him. The girl attempted to scare him off with an illusion from her weak quirk, but thanks to his scanning ability, he could see through any deception. Even if the illusions were real, his other quirks would allow him to overcome any obstacle. He was mere feet away from claiming what he believed he deserved, and his vision of a perfect world would begin with this island. However, just as he was about to seize the boy, a green blur of lightning rushed past him, taking the two kids away. Another annoyance he would have to deal with, and of course, it had to be someone with a lightning quirk. Izuku had managed to grab the siblings and was now running through the forest. He asked them if they were okay, and Mahoro expressed her shock that he had come for them. Izuku reassured her that he did, despite the trouble she had caused him. He acknowledged that her actions were disrespectful and dangerous, but he recognized she was just a kid who didn't know any better, so he wouldn't hold it against her. Before he could say more, a beam of purple energy nearly struck them. Turning around, he saw the villain pursuing them and realized escaping wouldn't be simple. He made a decision, urging Mahoro and 𝐻𝐿 to run. 𝐻𝐿, worried, asked if Izuku was going to fight the villain. Izuku assured them he would be fine, explaining he wasn't fighting to defeat the villain but to slow him down until his friends arrived. He didn't know why, but he sensed this villain was dangerous and would need all the help he could get, unaware that this feeling was the 4th user's quirk awakening within him. 9 was navigating through the forest, using his scanning ability to track 𝐻𝐿 until he encountered Izuku blocking his path. He calmly but chillingly offered Izuku one chance to hand over the boy and leave in peace. Izuku probed for information, asking why 9 was after 𝐻𝐿. 9 dismissed his question, but Izuku pressed on, stating it mattered when an innocent child was threatened. When 9 questioned why he cared, Izuku responded with conviction that it was a hero's job to help people even when they didn't want it. 9 chuckled slightly, mocking Izuku's hero status and his cartoonish costume. Izuku explained that he designed his outfit to look friendly but insisted on knowing why 9 wanted 𝐻𝐿. He speculated whether 9 intended to hold him for ransom. 9 denied this, and when Izuku suggested he planned to experiment on 𝐻𝐿, 9 was momentarily taken aback. He clarified that while he was cruel, he would never stoop to such horrid actions, recalling the pain of being experimented on himself. Izuku nodded, acknowledging that 9 was at least not as bad as someone he had encountered before. Izuku deduced that 9 was after 𝐻𝐿 for his quirk, likely needing it to heal himself, given the life support suit he wore. Impressed that Izuku had figured out his plan, 9 threatened him to move aside or be moved himself. Izuku stood his ground, refusing to back down. Both were ready to fight, neither willing to yield. 9 was the first to strike, shooting purple lasers from his fingers, forcing Izuku to dodge as he formulated a plan. He noted that 9's quirk allowed him to shoot lasers like 𝐿𝐿𝐴𝐵's, but they were smaller and potentially more dangerous. Izuku realized that 9 was only using one hand, possibly indicating he could only shoot from one side or that using both would drain his energy faster. Since 9 seemed more accustomed to long-range combat, Izuku decided his best chance was to close the distance and force him into close-quarters combat. He charged 1 for all to 7%, enough to deal damage but not to kill, and prepared to kick. Just as he reached 9, the villain lifted his other hand, creating a yellow barrier of air that blocked Izuku's attack and sent him flying back. Izuku realized that 9 had 2 quirks, and he needed to adapt quickly to the situation. Izuku couldn't understand why 9 was targeting 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 when he could simply request a regeneration quirk. However, he suspected that 9 might be affiliated with the League of Villains, and he needed to act quickly. If other villains possessed multiple quirks, his friends might require additional assistance. With that thought in mind, Izuku began to dart around 9, attempting to confuse him while unleashing air blasts. 9 managed to block the blasts and retaliated with his lasers, using his scanning ability to analyze Izuku's quirk. This proved advantageous, as he discovered the immense power behind Izuku's ability, which could enhance physical capabilities to extraordinary levels. It was evident that Izuku was only tapping into a fraction of his quirk's potential. 9 contemplated whether he should steal it, viewing these quirks as tools to compensate for his own shortcomings. Determined, Izuku charged his full cowling to 20%, hoping it would break through 9's barrier. At that moment, 9 made his decision, convinced that this power was worth claiming for himself. He believed that with the powers of the gods, he would finally possess the strength to match them. As he dispersed the barrier, he seized Izuku by the face and activated All for One, confident that nothing could thwart him. Meanwhile, deep within the vestige world of One for All, the vestiges were taken aback to see someone else wielding All for One. They weren't entirely surprised, as Izuku's danger sense was awakening, hinting that this man was similar to All for One. However, despite possessing the quirk, he clearly lacked the same level of power. The first user, Yoichi, stood firm, preventing 9 from stealing their quirks. He held the metaphorical rope in this tug-of-war, refusing to budge. Beside him were the 7th user, Nana, the 6th user, En, and the 4th user, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐾. The 2nd user, Kudo, and the 3rd user, Bruce, turned away, while the 5th user, Daigoro, was frustrated, feeling foolish for not guiding Izuku properly on how to use his black WHP quirk. Daigoro had told Izuku that to control the quirk, he needed to bend it to his will, but he hadn't had time to explain that the right emotional state was also crucial. As he banged his head against the wall in frustration, Yoichi focused on stopping 9 from stealing One for All. He attempted to sense his brother within the copy of his quirk but instead detected 5 additional wills, likely the quirks that 9 had stolen. Yoichi sighed, wishing there were a way to return those quirks to their rightful owners. Unfortunately, only the user of All for One could do that, and it was clear that 9 was just like his brother. As Yoichi continued to prevent 9 from stealing One for All, he felt something unusual. Normally, when All for One attempted to steal One for All, there was a sensation of being pulled, but this time felt different. Instead, he sensed a force that felt like it could pull back. Curious, he decided to try it. For the first time, Yoichi pulled, not to hold his ground but to draw back. Nana noticed his action and inquired about it. Yoichi admitted he didn't know what was happening, but something felt different. Trusting him, Nana decided to assist, as did En and 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐾. As they pulled, lights began to emerge from the darkness of All for One. With each tug, the lights grew brighter until, with one final effort, the vestiges pulled in 5 glowing orbs that soared into the core of One for All. This caused it to radiate a rainbow of colors, severing the connection with All for One. 9 was bewildered. When he attempted to steal the boy's quirk, he felt nothing happening. Yet he sensed the immense power of Izuku's quirk, akin to staring at the sun. Blinded by its brilliance, he failed to notice the tugging sensation until he felt something being drawn out of him. He fought against it, trying to pull back, but the force was too strong. 9 felt something leave him, followed by a surge of power that sent both him and Izuku flying apart. 9 crashed into several trees, while Izuku was propelled out of the forest into a clearing where the children were. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. The man he had been fighting possessed All for One, which was a dire situation. He had already demonstrated 2 versatile and powerful quirks. Who knew how many more he had? Struggling to rise, Izuku fell to his knees in pain, and parts of his hair began to turn white. Seeing him in distress, 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐽 rushed to his side, with 𝐒𝐿o close behind. The young boy expressed his concern, asking if Izuku was okay. Izuku attempted to reassure them, saying he was just experiencing a few aches and pains, but the pain was evident. 𝐒𝐿o insisted that he needed a doctor just as Izuku noticed 𝐼 emerging from the forest, fury etched on his face. 𝐼's voice dripped with rage as he confronted Izuku, demanding to know what he had done. He questioned with anger, feeling the loss of the quirks he had stolen. That wasn't supposed to happen. He needed those quirks for his goal, but somehow Izuku had taken them from him. He then rushed forward, using the wind to propel himself. Izuku, still in pain, charged up full cowling and rushed forward as well. Despite having the advantage in strength, the pain hindered Izuku's focus, leaving him at a disadvantage and allowing 𝐼 to gain the upper hand. The villain summoned a massive gust of wind that sent Izuku flying into the air before crashing back down, rendering him unable to fight. Seeing that Izuku couldn't get up, 𝐒𝐿o did the only thing she could and used her quirk to call for help. Across the island, each member of Class 1A was either evacuating civilians or battling villains. Suddenly, a giant chibi Izuku, covered in injuries with patches of white in his hair and a sad expression, appeared in the distance as everyone heard a young girl shouting for someone to save Deku. Fortunately, one of them was close enough to help, Katsuki Bakugo. Using his quirk to create explosions from his hands, he propelled himself forward and quickly arrived at the scene. He saw a villain approaching the kids who had tried to trick him the night before and, without hesitation, sent an explosion at the villain, forcing him to back off. Bakugo growled at the kids, demanding to know what was going on. Hearing his name called, he turned to see Izuku on the ground. Bakugo was shocked, not just by Izuku's state but also because he wasn't calling him by his nickname. Izuku managed to warn him, saying not to let the villain get a hold of him because he had all for one. Bakugo nodded in acknowledgement before turning back to the kids, instructing them to get Izuku out of there. As Bakugo faced 𝐼, the villain growled for him to get out of the way. Bakugo shot back defiantly before charging at 𝐼, who instinctively lifted his hand to summon a barrier, only to remember he couldn't. Bakugo began to pummel him with explosions. 𝐼 tried to fight back, but Bakugo's relentless attacks pushed him further. He managed to dodge one of Bakugo's strikes and attempted to steal his quirk, only to be sent flying back by another explosion to the gut. Having had enough, 𝐼 used his quirk to summon a series of lightning bolts. Meanwhile, Izuku, who had been moved to a safe distance by the kids, sensed that 𝐼 was growing weaker and sicker before he finally passed out. Believing he had defeated Bakugo, 𝐼 lowered his guard and turned his attention to 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐽, preparing to rush at him. Suddenly, he heard a click and turned around to see Bakugo emerging from the dust, aiming his grenade gauntlet at him. Bakugo shouted fiercely before firing a massive explosion that sent 𝐼 flying back into the forest. After the battle, Bakugo let out a sigh of relief and exhaustion. He knew there were quirks that allowed people to do incredibly powerful things, but a quirk that could manipulate the weather was on a whole other level. Luckily, he had been fast enough to dodge the lightning, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. As Bakugo turned around, he saw Ochako and Tsu rushing towards Izuku and the two kids. He made his way toward them and asked what had happened to Izuku. Despite not wanting to admit it, he was genuinely worried for his friend. 𝐒𝐿o explained that they didn't know what had happened, but Izuku stayed behind to fight the villains so they could escape. Ochako noted that something was wrong. The wounds didn't look too serious, but Izuku seemed to be in pain. Tsu insisted they needed to get him out of there and regroup with the others. Bakugo agreed, stating they should leave. When Ochako asked about the villain, Bakugo assured her that he wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Nodding in agreement, Ochako used her quirk to make Izuku weightless and started carrying him while Tsu grabbed the kids. The group left the area, unaware of the severely injured 𝐼 being carried away by his underlings. 𝐼 was in agony, suffering from both his illness and the explosion he had taken to the face. Parts of his armor were damaged but still functioning, while half his face was covered in burns that made it resemble a 𝐿. Fortunately, he could still see out of his left eye, but every blink was painful. Slice tended to his wounds as best she could with minimal resources, while Chimera searched for Mummy to acquire something for him. He muttered about seeing the quirk he needed to liberate himself from his curse. He attempted to get up, but Slice insisted he lay back down, urging him to regain his strength. He lifted his hand as if trying to grab something, recalling how it had been within his reach until that boy showed up. He had seen Izuku's quirk and decided to take it for himself, but not only had he been unable to take it, his own quirks had been affected and were now gone. Slice looked at him in disbelief, questioning how that was possible. He thought about All for One, recalling the warning he had received about never attempting to copy or stockpile quirks, mentioning something about them being unpredictable. As he gazed at the ceiling, his eyes heavy, he wondered what it meant if that boy was immune to All for One. The situation was tense as the students of Class 1A gathered to discuss the unfolding events. Momo reviewed the reports, noting that they had managed to evacuate many civilians, but a few were still missing, including some police officers. Shoto informed them that they had captured one of the villains and locked him up, but he refused to cooperate during interrogation. Tenya turned to Bakugo, the only one conscious who had faced the third villain, believed to be the leader. He asked Bakugo what he could share about the encounter. Bakugo recounted the details of his confrontation, leaving everyone in shock. Denki expressed his fear, realizing they were up against someone who could manipulate the weather and potentially had All for One's abilities. Kyoka rubbed her forehead in disbelief, questioning how such a thing was possible. Bakugo shrugged, admitting he had no answers. Shoto pointed out the implications of the villain having All for One's quirk, which only deepened their concerns. Bakugo then inquired about Izuku, sounding genuinely worried. Ochako reported that the doctors had healed Izuku's injuries, but he remained unconscious. Momo wondered if they had any insight into the villain's motives, suggesting that Izuku might hold the key to understanding their attack. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Katsuma was using his quirk to try to awaken Izuku, but his efforts were in vain. Despite having healed all of Izuku's wounds, the boy still lay asleep. Mahoro urged her brother to stop, but he was determined to continue. He insisted that he could not rest until he helped Izuku. In Izuku's mind, he found himself standing before the predecessors of One for All. Yoichi, the first user, greeted him warmly but quickly explained that Izuku would not be able to speak for a while. Instead, they would share important information while he listened. Yoichi stepped aside to allow Daigoro to address Izuku. Daigoro expressed his happiness to see Izuku but then shifted to a more serious tone. He apologized for giving Izuku the black WHP quirk without proper guidance, explaining that they had debated which quirk to pass on first. He had thought black WHP was versatile, but he regretted not preparing Izuku for its challenges. Daigoro emphasized the need for a specific kind of anger to control the quirk, calm and focused, like the anger Izuku had felt during his fight with Overhaul. After hearing this, Izuku nodded in understanding, and Daigoro ruffled his hair, hoping the advice would help. However, the mood shifted as the other vestiges stepped forward. Yoichi spoke seriously about the villain Izuku had faced, noting that he possessed a quirk from Yoichi's brother. Nana added that they had no idea how he acquired the quirk, but they knew he had once worked for All for One and had since gone rogue. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them all, and they knew they had to prepare for what lay ahead. And explained that when the villain attempted to steal One for All, he was unable to do so, much like Yoichi's brother had failed. This time, however, they discovered that they could not only prevent him from taking One for All but could also take quirks from him. As he finished his explanation, 3 new figures emerged from the void. One appeared to be a doctor, while the other 2 were recognized by Izuku as pro-heroes: Counter-Strike, the former sidekick of Crust, and the focused laser hero, 𝐻𝗓𝗡. Izuku felt a mix of shock and sadness at their presence, realizing that their arrival meant they had likely died. 𝐻𝗓𝗡 introduced herself and pointed to the doctor, who waved and greeted Izuku. The doctor, Dr. Samuel Smith, explained that he could be called either Doc or Doctor. Yoichi informed Izuku that he would be waking up soon and that they didn't have much time to explain everything. He shared that Izuku's danger sense had fully awakened, while Float had partially awakened. Nana continued, detailing the new quirks Izuku had access to, bullet laser, scanning, and cell activation. The other 2 quirks would take a bit more time to fully activate. Nana gave Izuku a serious look and explained that cell activation was a healing quirk, similar to Recovery Girl's but much stronger, especially since it had been enhanced by One for All. However, she cautioned him that it was not a regeneration quirk. If he lost a limb, it would not grow back. He could heal himself and others, but that did not make them invincible. Nana's expression softened as she urged him to be careful, reminding him that many cared about him and did not want to see him end up like 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 or worse. Izuku nodded, understanding her concern, before the world around him began to fade as he started to wake up. As Izuku regained consciousness, he felt a rush of energy flowing through him, only for it to fade when 𝗏𝐻𝐼 stopped using his quirk. He noticed 𝗏𝐻𝐼 and Mahoro nearby and smiled tiredly, relieved that they were okay. He asked what had happened after he passed out. Mahoro explained that Bakugo had managed to stop the villain, and the 2 girls had brought them to safety, with the doctors healing his injuries, aided by 𝗏𝐻𝐼's quirk. Izuku requested to be taken to the others, and the siblings nodded in agreement. 9 had recovered enough to walk on his own, though pain still lingered from his injuries. He was determined to acquire the child's quirk to heal himself easily. After losing the quirks he had stolen, he needed a new arsenal. Fortunately, Chimera had returned with a group of captured civilians. He thought to himself about the cowardice of those who lived in a world filled with superpowered beings yet chose to ignore their potential, preferring a false sense of normalcy. In his vision of a perfect world, everyone would use their powers freely, and the strong would be revered as gods, with him as their king. Class 1A was brainstorming a plan of attack but was unsure of their next move. Kirishima suggested finding the villain's hiding place and overpowering them with brute force. Katsuki agreed that it could work if they knew where to look. Mineta nervously proposed hiding and waiting for reinforcements, but Ojiro countered that they had no idea how long that would take and that the wolf villain would likely be able to track them. Just as they were about to continue their discussion, a knock on the door interrupted them. Momo invited the person to enter, and Izuku, along with 𝗏𝐻𝐼 and Mahoro, walked in. Everyone was happy to see him, though they were surprised to see his once green hair now white. Kirishima asked if he was okay, to which Izuku replied that he had a bit of a headache but was fine. Mina pointed out the change in his hair color, prompting Ochako to explain that it was now white. Izuku pulled his hair down to see for himself and confirmed the change. Kaminari joked that he had transformed from broccoli to cauliflower, earning a light smack on the head from Jiro. Izuku then asked if his new hair looked bad. Ochako gave him a quick look before commenting that she thought he looked good with white hair, smiling at him. He responded with a grateful nod and asked what was happening. Momo and Tenya explained everything that had occurred while he was out, concluding that they were trying to come up with a plan but were uncertain about their next steps. Shoto then asked Izuku if he could provide any additional information about the leader's quirks, as Bakugo had shared some details. Izuku recounted his encounter with 9, describing the quirks he had demonstrated and how 9 attempted to steal his quirk. The group listened in shock and concern for Izuku, and Tsuyu expressed her sympathy, fearing he had lost his quirk. Izuku reassured them that his quirk had not been stolen, though he didn't fully understand how it had happened. He speculated that it might have been due to the strength of his quirk or 9's inability to overpower him. The group sighed in relief, and Mina playfully punched his arm, expressing their worry over his earlier statement. Jiro added that he should have clarified that 9 had failed in his attempt. Izuku promised to remember that for the future but mentioned that there was more to share. With a questioning look, he continued, explaining that not only had 9 failed to steal his quirk, but his own quirk had somehow reclaimed all the quirks that 9 had taken. The group was stunned as Izuku elaborated that he had felt the quirks within himself and discovered he could use one of them. Although he was not fully revealing the truth, he had indeed learned to utilize scanning and cell activation. The group was amazed, and Kaminari expressed disbelief at the developments, to which Izuku shyly nodded in agreement. Mina remarked that she had told them his quirk was impressive, and Toru explained that they had joked about how his quirk seemed overpowered. Izuku admitted he couldn't argue with that logic, causing some to laugh before Bakugo interrupted, insisting they needed to focus on the matter at hand. He turned to Izuku and asked how many quirks he had acquired and what they could do. Meanwhile, one of the hostages screamed in fear as her quirk was stolen. Once the process was complete, 𝐼 activated the new quirk only to discover it was useless, granting the ability to summon insignificant butterflies. Frustrated, he returned the girl's quirk while ensuring it caused her pain. An older hostage, unable to remain passive, shouted at 𝐼 to leave the girl alone. He managed to use his quirk to create a sword made of water and broke free, attempting to strike 𝐼. However, Slice quickly incapacitated him with her hair, and Chimera blasted him with fire. 𝐼 coldly dismissed the old man, discarding the unconscious girl as Slice rummaged through his belongings and Chimera kept the man down. Slice held up a hero's license, revealing that the old man was the retired pro-hero Aquamarine who had once protected the island. 𝐼 approached and ordered Chimera to lift Aquamarine into the air, asking about his quirk. In defiance, Aquamarine spat in 𝐼's face, prompting 𝐼 to threaten him with violence. The hero mocked 𝐼, claiming that the UA students had faced the League of Villains and could defeat them. 𝐼's anger flared as he gripped Aquamarine's face, causing BLD to flow, and expressed his disdain for the League, declaring them insignificant compared to his power. Flashes of All for One, Shigaraki, and the Doctor filled his mind. They were nothing more than weak-minded puppets, led by a spoiled, whiny man-child. His nails dug deeper as he activated AFO, causing the pro to scream in agony. The villains these children had faced were merely weaklings and fools. Once the quirk was in his possession, 𝐼 pushed the man aside. Now they would have to face true villains. Izuku explained his new quirks to the best of his abilities, noting that he currently had access to 3, with 2 remaining dormant for now. The ones he knew of included a finger laser quirk, a scanning quirk, a cell activation quirk, and a dormant air barrier quirk. Mahoro looked shocked as she asked if he mentioned a cell activation quirk. Izuku nodded, and she inquired if he knew someone who could have had this quirk. Izuku had an idea that it belonged to a family member of the children. 𝐾𝐮𝐬 expressed his worry, revealing that their father had a cell activation quirk like his. Izuku gave them a sympathetic look and regrettably said he believed that guy had gotten to their dad and taken his quirk. The youngest Shimano sibling asked if he could give it back, but Izuku could only respond that he didn't think he could. The 2 siblings pressed for answers, asking why their father's quirk had been taken and why they were attacking the island. With a serious expression, Izuku stated that he thought he knew why they were there. Everyone looked at him in shock as he explained that during Kakin's fight with the leader, he noticed that the more Kakin used his quirk, the weaker he became, and his veins started turning purple. Momo, deep in thought, noted that it sounded like cellular degeneration. When gesturing for her to explain, she elaborated that it occurs when the cells in a person's body rapidly decay, often due to a lack of oxygen, abnormal cellular metabolism, or exposure to toxic elements. Everyone nodded in understanding. Izuku continued, explaining that the villain was after 𝐾𝐮𝐬's cell activation quirk. If he obtained it, he would be able to use his quirk without the risk of harming himself. Kaminari, confused, asked why the villain was after the kids if he already had their father's quirk. Mahoro clarified that their father's version only worked on specific BLD types, while 𝐾𝐮𝐬's worked for all BLD types, increasing her worry for her brother's safety. Kirishima suggested they force the villain to overuse his quirks and then subdue him until he was knocked out. Mineta pointed out that the other 2 villains wouldn't just let them do that. Izuku then came up with a plan. 𝐼 had stolen 5 new quirks, each useful for his needs, ensuring he left 2 remaining spots, one for the child's quirk and the other for the boy's. If the quirks he lost were inside him, he would retrieve what was stolen, and with these quirks, he would finally reach divinity, with no one able to stop him. Izuku's plan was straightforward: split everyone into teams and use 𝐾𝐿 as bait to lure the villains to an old mountain fortress, where a trap would separate them. Once separated, each team would face their respective villains. Team Tokoyami would confront the woman with the hair quirk, Team Todoroki would take on the villain with multiple animal mutations, while Izuku's team would face the leader. Each team had their own strategy, and everything was set as they awaited the villain's arrival. Izuku, now focused, used his scanning quirk to look out for the villains, with 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 doing the same. Soon, 𝐻𝐻𝐭 spotted them and pointed out where they were coming from. As the villains approached, everyone got into position. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, using his heightened sense of smell, tracked the heroes. With 9 no longer having scanning, they relied on 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to guide them. As they got closer, he pointed to the top of the old fortress, confidently stating he had found the child they were looking for. To confirm, 9 used the quirk Deadeye to zoom in on the location, realizing his comrade was correct. The child was indeed at the top of the fortress, and they marched forward with their goal in sight. However, as they neared the fortress, 9 sensed something was off. Before he could finish that thought, a series of explosions erupted, creating a massive cloud of dust that obscured his vision. He heard 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 grunt in pain and 𝐶𝐿 gasp in shock. Once the cloud dispersed, 9 found that his team was gone and realized the hero children had planned to separate him from his team. They thought that by isolating them, they could take them out one at a time. 9 thought to himself that the children were foolish. They had no idea what they were facing. He began marching toward his goal, determined that nothing would stop him. The plan to take down the leader was in motion. All they needed to do was force him to overuse his quirks until he could no longer fight back. Yuga began firing lasers at the leader, while Momo created cannons to amplify their attack. As the projectiles approached, the leader used one of his quirks to form a barrier made of water, blocking the incoming assault. 9 had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the lasers and was even more surprised by the cannonballs flying toward him. Thinking quickly, he activated hyperflow to manipulate the water in the air, creating a barrier similar to what he would have done with air barrier. This quirk allowed him to control and manipulate water, provided it was within range and not part of a living creature. He concentrated on using it for protection while employing Deadeye to locate his attackers. Soon he spotted a boy with blonde hair and what appeared to be a young woman with black hair, possibly their teacher. It didn't matter, though. 9 focused his aim while maintaining the barrier with one hand and forming a spear of water with the other to counterattack. He managed to destroy one of the cannons and was about to do the same with the other when he was suddenly bombarded by purple lasers from above. Zooming in, 9 realized it was the boy who had stolen his quirks, now using bullet laser against him. In a fit of anger, 9 decided to activate Electron Form, a quirk that allowed him to generate electricity from his body and infuse objects he touched with that energy. He created a larger spear, charged with electricity, and hurled it at the 2 closest heroes. Although they dodged, the spear struck the wall behind them, resulting in an explosion of water and electricity that sent them tumbling down the mountain. From a distance, Izuku pressed his attack, firing more lasers from his fingers, causing his gloves to tear and burn. Thanks to his scanning ability, he kept track of the leader. Although he hadn't had bullet laser for long, he managed to control it effectively, following Yuga's advice. Noticing the leader was still advancing, he continued firing to create an opening for 𝐻𝐻𝐿. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 stood in front of a barrier, holding back a massive pile of boulders. When she spotted the leader, she seized the barrier and, with a determined shout of +Ultra, sent it flying, causing the boulders to hurtle toward the villain. 9 attempted to evade, but a boy with black hair swung by and anchored his legs to the ground, while another smaller boy used Sticky Ball to do the same. Unable to free himself in time, 9 began blasting and slicing through the rocks with hyperflow. However, the sheer size and quantity of the boulders quickly overwhelmed him, burying him beneath them. Seeing this, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 made her way to higher ground, joined by 𝐬𝐻𝐿 and 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐿. Meanwhile, Izuku kept his focus on the leader, aware that he had sustained significant injuries and was slowing down. However, his danger sense warned him that the fight was far from over. The rubble began to shift as 9 activated Berserker and Hyperflow to break free. Berserker enhanced all his physical abilities by fueling them with his anger, though it compromised his reasoning. As he rose, he noticed a laser beam approaching from behind him. Reacting swiftly, he created a barrier to block it but soon realized it was not holding. He concentrated all his efforts to maintain the barrier until the beam ceased. Tracking the origin of the beam, Izuku saw Yuga being supported by Momo, pouring all his energy into firing it. Izuku didn't need scanning to know his friend was giving everything he had. He raised both hands, aiming directly at the villain, and unleashed more power than ever before. Instead of sending out 10 beams from his fingertips, he released 2 massive beams from his hands that shot straight toward 𝐼𝐻. Seeing the beams approaching, 𝐼𝐻 lifted his other hand to create another barrier, managing to stop one beam. However, with his efforts divided, the barriers could not withstand the force, and soon the first beam broke through, followed by the second. Both beams struck their target, causing 𝐼𝐻 to sustain significant damage. After the attack, Hyuga collapsed, unable to continue fighting, while Momo carried him to safety. Atop the mountain, Izuku shook his hands as the remnants of his gloves turned to ash. The force of the beams had caused him some discomfort, and he wondered to himself how he had achieved such power. He recalled All Might mentioning that if someone with a quirk received one for all, their quirk would be enhanced. Was this what he meant? He questioned what was happening below, seeing the villain continuing his assault. Izuku started making his way down to join the others, ready to fight. 𝐼𝐻 continued his ascent, the previous attack reopening his wounds and creating new ones that caused him stinging pain in his arm. However, his anger at the situation fueled his strength, causing Berserker's red aura to intensify. Ochako used her quirk to make the boulders float as 𝐬𝐻 utilized his tape to hurl them at the villain. Driven by his own rage, 𝐼𝐻 used Berserker to break through the projectiles and hyperflow to block them, taunting them with his words, declaring them weak and their powers insignificant compared to his. He unleashed a flurry of electrified water spears around him, sending 𝐬𝐻 and a hiding Mineta flying. Turning his attention to Ochako, who stood ready to fight, he let out a cruel laugh, mocking her for thinking she could take him on alone. His demeanor shifted when Izuku arrived, taking a fighting stance alongside Bakugo, who mirrored him. The villain acknowledged the change in the situation, his tone now serious. The 3 heroes faced down the villain before the 2 boys rushed forward, meeting 𝐼𝐻 halfway as they began to clash. Katsuki attempted to unleash explosions, but the villain consistently blocked them with barriers, only fueling Katsuki's anger as he pressed his attack. The villain mocked him, suggesting it wasn't fun when he couldn't hit his target. Katsuki retorted fiercely, prompting 𝐼𝐻 to glare at him and introduce himself, warning that he would be the last to remember his name. Before 𝐼𝐻 could finish his threat, Izuku used black WHP to grab a cluster of boulders that Ochako had made weightless and smash them into 𝐼𝐻, forcing him back and leaving him vulnerable to an explosion from Katsuki, followed by a 12% punch from Izuku and a boulder to the face from Ochako. She noticed his veins starting to turn purple and encouraged her teammates, urging them to keep up the effort. 𝐼𝐻 targeted Ochako with deadly precision, but Katsuki blindsided him with a blast to the stomach. In retaliation, 𝐼𝐻 grabbed Katsuki by the neck, attempting to electrocute him. Despite the pain, Katsuki fought back, trying to blast 𝐼𝐻 in the face, but the villain countered by slamming him into the ground. Izuku tried to intervene but was knocked back by a powerful gust of wind. 𝐼𝐻 continued his assault on Katsuki, who struggled to fight back as 𝐼𝐻 intensified his attacks, covering his arms in electrified water. Desperate, Katsuki unleashed his largest explosion without using his gear, sending 𝐼𝐻 back and giving him a moment to breathe. However, 𝐼𝐻 quickly charged back in, and Katsuki shouted defiantly, ready to face him. The 2 exchanged blows with 𝐼𝐻, landing a hit to Katsuki's face, who retaliated with a blast to the gut. 𝐼𝐻 attempted to grab him to steal his quirk, but Ochako intervened, throwing a rock that knocked his hand away. This left 𝐼𝐻 open for a blast to the chest, staggering him and allowing Katsuki to unleash a flurry of attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Ochako rushed in from behind, hoping to make 𝐼𝐻 weightless and leave him defenseless in the air. Just as she was about to touch him, he turned and grabbed her by the arm with a larger, scaled hand. In one swift motion, 𝐼𝐻 dislocated and broke Ochako's arm. The pain caused her to cry out, but her voice was cut off as 𝐼𝐻 used her as a weapon against Katsuki before throwing her off the mountain. Izuku, witnessing this, jumped up to catch her, asking if she was okay while using cell activation to heal her. She managed to tell him that 𝐼𝐻 had broken her arm effortlessly, struggling to hold back tears from the pain as Izuku's expression hardened. Seeing Bakugo getting back up, 𝐼𝐻 rushed forward and delivered a kick that broke his leg, followed by a strike to his arm, finishing with a swipe of his claws across Bakugo's face, leaving a deep scar. Bakugo fell to the ground, battered and bruised, unable to rise, only able to glare at 𝐼. The villain picked up a nearby boulder, intending to crush him, but it was blasted apart by Izuku's laser bullet. Ochako then rushed in, grabbing Katsuki and flying him to safety. 𝐼 attempted to shoot them down, but Izuku countered, blasting the attack away before charging at 𝐼 and delivering a 20% kick that sent him crashing into the side of the mountain. Ignoring the other heroes, 𝐼 focused on Izuku, who was preparing to fire another beam. In defense, 𝐼 raised a barrier and charged forward. Izuku leaped over him, shooting a flurry of air bullets into his back, nearly causing him to fall off the mountain, but he managed to steady himself. Creating a hammer made of water, 𝐼 charged at Izuku, who dodged and landed punches to 𝐼's chest and gut. 𝐼 retaliated with his larger dragon arm, attempting to crush Izuku, who could feel the irritation and rage emanating from the villain. Izuku declared his name, asserting his identity as Deku, and used black WHP to grab 𝐼's arm, tossing him into the mountain once more. Before 𝐼 could recover, Izuku unleashed a barrage of lasers that cut through his shoulder and leg, followed by a relentless series of kicks and punches. The battle raged on, with neither side willing to back down. 𝐼 felt an overwhelming pain as he pushed his quirk to its limits. Reaching his breaking point, he needed to steal the child's cell activation quirk. In a desperate attempt to reach his goal faster, he grew dragon wings and tried to fly to the top, only to be caught by black WHP and flung back into the wall. Izuku continued his assault, using black WHP to grab 𝐼 by his wounded shoulder and force him face-first into the wall, declaring that he would not allow 𝐼 to take Katsuma's quirk. In a fit of rage, 𝐼 shouted that he would not be denied. He unleashed a powerful burst of electrified water, sending both himself and Izuku flying back. Izuku quickly recovered and got to his feet just in time to dodge 𝐼's electrified water axe, which was aimed at him with a fierce shout. Izuku countered with black WHP, knowing that 𝐼 was nearing his limit. Both fighters were eager to end the battle quickly. 𝐼 summoned the largest lightning bolts he could muster, but Izuku skillfully dodged them. However, one bolt was heading straight for him, and unable to evade it, Izuku braced for impact. The resulting strikes created a dust cloud, and 𝐼 was convinced that the final bolt had struck its target. Not wanting to take any chances, he created an electrified spear and waited to see if Izuku was down. As the dust settled, Izuku charged out unharmed. Without hesitation, 𝐼 threw the spear, but Izuku raised his hand to create a barrier that redirected the attack back at him. 𝐼 dodged and charged at Izuku, now even angrier. Izuku stood ready, but unexpectedly, a blue sea dragon-like creature emerged from his back, grabbing 𝐼 in its jaws and lifting him before slamming him into the ground. Another dragon floated beside Izuku, who looked at it in surprise, realizing this must be the mystery quirk. 𝐼 felt faint from the pain, but the anger of having his own quirks used against him fueled his determination. He broke free from the Hydra's grip and pushed it back. Izuku attempted to rush him, but 𝐼 retaliated with a burst of electrified water that sent Izuku tumbling off the mountain. Without checking to see if Izuku was down, 𝐼 began to fly to the top. As he ascended, he felt his injuries weighing him down, and gyro sound attacks only added to his troubles. In response, he unleashed a series of water spears that caused debris to fall around her. Upon reaching the top, 𝐼 saw the child trying to heal Katsuki while Mahoro held him still, all protected by Ochako, Kaminari, Ojiro, and Shoji. Frustrated by the obstacles, 𝐼 used water flow to create two giant hands that sent the three boys flying over the mountain and another hand that crashed Ochako into a wall. Now free of distractions, 𝐼 approached the two children. Mahoro, determined to protect her brother, rushed at him, but he grabbed her by the neck, declaring that he would not be denied. He tightened his grip while forming a sword of water. Mahoro pleaded with her brother to run, but her cries were cut off as 𝐼's hold tightened. Katsuma, tears in his eyes, rushed forward, demanding that 𝐼 let his sister go. As Katsuma charged, 𝐼 reached out, almost grasping his goal, until a purple beam severed the hand holding Mahoro. A Hydra head crashed into 𝐼, while another smaller one gently lifted the two children and brought them to Izuku. 𝐻𝐿 exclaimed in joy, and Izuku apologized for being late as he carried them to safety. 𝐼𝐻 shouted in anger, creating a sword to slice through the Hydra, causing it to disperse into energy. He quickly reformed the sword into a disc and hurled it at Izuku, who used air barrier to block it. 𝐼𝐻 shouted that Izuku didn't know when to quit, to which Izuku replied that he certainly did not, using a laser bullet to evaporate the water into steam. Izuku motioned for the siblings to stay behind him as he confronted 𝐼𝐻. Scanning revealed that the villain was reaching his limit. His body was covered in purple veins, his skin pale, and sweat dripped from his face. 𝐼𝐻 gasped that he had given multiple chances, but all Izuku was doing was delaying the inevitable. He prepared to unleash his final attack, but Izuku interrupted him with an authoritative declaration that 𝐼𝐻 was in no position to threaten anyone. He pointed out 𝐼𝐻's numerous injuries, including multiple concussions, cuts, bruises, and the fact that he was on the brink of collapse due to his Quirks backlash. Izuku narrowed his eyes, asserting that he was the one who could give threats now. He warned 𝐼𝐻 that this was his final chance to back down or face defeat. Izuku's warning was clear, but 𝐼𝐻 was too consumed by his anger to heed it. The negative side effects of his berserker state clouded his judgment, leading him to unleash a surge of electrified water aimed directly at Izuku. However, before the attack could reach him, Izuku raised both hands and fired two massive laser blasts that completely engulfed both the incoming attack and 𝐼𝐻, who let out a roar of fury and pain. As the attack subsided, 𝐼𝐻 collapsed to his hands and knees. Thinking the battle was over, Izuku began to approach him to secure his capture. Suddenly, a warning sensation surged through him, alerting him to danger. Two vials on the back of 𝐼𝐻's suit activated, injecting him with a powerful serum. 𝐼𝐻 shouted about his dream of a perfect world becoming reality as he began to transform. Scales enveloped his body, growing to enormous proportions, while horns sprouted from his head and his mouth morphed into a muzzle. Parts of his suit shattered as a tail and sharp claws emerged, and his teeth became menacing fangs. The cold fury in his eyes was replaced by a primal rage. 𝐼𝐻 had fully activated his final quirk, Dragon, granting him the ability to transform into a Western dragon with all its powers, albeit at the cost of his intelligence. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the island, 𝐼𝐻 reactivated all his other quirks. Izuku watched in horror as 𝐼𝐻 was surrounded by a red electrical aura, and the sea began to crash against the island, causing floods. The sky darkened with the largest lightning storm he had ever witnessed, while tornadoes formed, wreaking havoc in their path. The serum seemed to relieve 𝐼𝐻's pain while amplifying his abilities. As 𝐼𝐻 shouted Izuku's name, lightning struck all over the island, forcing Izuku to find cover for Ochako, Katsuki, and the children. The other hero students scrambled for safety as the dragon rampaged. Izuku realized that if he didn't stop the storm soon, it would devastate the entire island. Remembering how All Might could change the weather with a single punch, he clenched his fists and resolved to act, thinking to himself that he had no other choice. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, suggesting there was another way. Images of All for One using his quirks flashed before him, and Izuku quickly understood. 𝐼𝐻 was so focused on destruction that he didn't notice Izuku summoning 8 massive hydras from his back. As Izuku concentrated, the hydras transformed, glowing with a purple light and crackling with green lightning, their sea serpent forms becoming more draconic. The hydras shone brighter as Izuku declared that if All for One could combine his quirks, so could he. The hydras opened their mouths toward the sky, releasing powerful purple energy beams that cut through the storm clouds. All across the island, those still awake witnessed the storm being dispelled, revealing a clear sky above, igniting hope in everyone, especially Katsuma and Mahoro. Seeing this, 𝐼𝐻 shouted in disbelief, his attention shifting back to Izuku, his rage intensifying. He prepared to attack, but Izuku summoned an air barrier beneath his feet, using it as a platform to ascend. He taunted 𝐼𝐻, challenging him to come and get him. 𝐼𝐻 roared and took flight, pursuing Izuku. Izuku narrowly dodged a stream of electrified fire as 𝐼𝐻 shouted for him to perish. In retaliation, Izuku fired back with Hydra beams, landing a few hits, but it wasn't enough to stop 𝐼𝐻. As he flew higher, he began to formulate a plan, scanning for any weaknesses. The transformation alone made 𝐼𝐻 formidable, and combined with his other quirks, he had a significant advantage in size and strength. Determined, Izuku continued to shoot beams at 𝐼𝐻, ensuring he targeted his wounds to keep him distracted. 𝐼𝐻 taunted him, calling him weak as he chased after him, unleashing more blasts of fire and water. Eventually, Izuku stopped and faced 𝐼𝐻, aiming carefully as he shot concentrated laser blasts from his fingertips. The beams cut through the membranes of the colossal dragon's wings, causing 𝐼𝐻 to lose his ability to fly and begin to plummet. As 𝐼𝐻 fell, Izuku dove toward him, his fists clenched and 25% of one for all coursing through his body. He summoned multiple air barriers around his arm, preparing for a powerful strike. With determination, Izuku shouted his signature move, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Before his fist made contact with the villain's scaly face, Izuku sent him crashing into the ground like a meteorite. They hit the ground with an audible boom that shook the area around them and left a massive crater in the forest. As Izuku got back up, he started breathing heavily. His knuckles had some slight bruising, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Looking down, he saw 𝐼𝐻, now back in his human form, lying on the ground. He immediately got into a fighting stance, ready to use any of his quirks while two hydras appeared at his side. He waited to see if the villain would get back up, but after a moment, he quickly realized 𝐼𝐻 wasn't moving. One of the hydras moved forward and nudged the villain slightly, but he still didn't respond. Izuku walked up to him, checking his pulse and finding that he was still alive, just knocked out. After a second, Izuku finally realized what this meant. It was over, they had won. He let out a sigh of relief and looked up in the distance to see a fleet of helicopters approaching. The pro-heroes were coming to their aid, and everything was going to be okay now. For just a moment, Izuku thought he could hear the sounds of the vestiges cheering for him. All Might had been running to the location where the villain had fallen. He and the other pro-heroes had witnessed the fight as they made their way to the island. The dragon was clearly a villain, especially since it kept screaming for Izuku to burn and die. This meant that the person who had brought the beast down was Izuku himself. All Might was worried for his safety and needed to see for himself that his successor was all right. Soon, he found a clearing with a massive crater but was confused by what he found. There was the villain with quirk-suppressing cuffs binding his arms and legs, but he was also puzzled to see a young man with white hair there as well. Recognizing the outfit, he asked if it was young Midoriya. Hearing him, the boy turned to face him, allowing All Might to see the face of his successor. He looked exhausted but happy to see him. All Might asked if he was all right, and Izuku replied that physically he was fine, but mentally he was not fully there. He then indicated that they needed to talk. Izuku explained everything that had happened, from 𝐼𝐻's failure to steal one for all to his new quirks and the fight with 𝐼𝐻. All Might expressed pride in Izuku and his classmates for their excellent performance, noting that they had managed to protect civilians and stop 4 dangerous villains, especially Izuku for taking down 𝐼𝐻. However, All Might noticed that Izuku's expression still looked gloomy. Concerned, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and asked what was wrong. Izuku expressed his sadness about winning the battle but lamented the people who had lost their quirks, comparing 𝐼𝐻 to All for One and stating there was no way he could return the quirks inside him. All Might tried to comfort him, assuring him that they would find a way to help those people and support them as heroes. Soon, a small group of soldiers along with several paramedics began to appear. Izuku asked what would happen to 𝐼𝐻, expressing that despite the villain's actions, he did not wish for his death. All Might reassured him that the doctors would do everything they could before sending him to jail as the paramedics placed the villain on a gurney and took him away. Elsewhere, Shigaraki, using a pair of binoculars, saw 𝐼𝐻 being taken away. He thought about how he couldn't dispose of that failure now and would have to find another way. Later, as he prepared to leave through the warp gate, he noticed a boy with white hair in the distance and briefly thought he saw his sensei, but quickly dismissed the thought as ridiculous. The pro-heroes and rescue team were swift in locating the students, apprehending the defeated villains, and relocating the civilians to temporary shelters. Recovery Girl, along with several doctors, was examining the injured students. She asked Ochako about her broken arm, noting that although it had healed, there was still some slight damage. Recovery Girl indicated that she needed Izuku to use cell activation to give her more energy before she could fully heal her. Ochako let out a tired sigh of relief and thanked Recovery Girl. She then asked where Deku was. Before Recovery Girl could answer, they heard a loud exclamation from another room. She turned around and mentioned that he was currently helping their most injured patient. She then walked into the next room, where Katsuki was being treated for his injuries. Katsuki roared in frustration, vowing revenge on the villain, only to receive a gentle reprimand from Recovery Girl as she tapped his good shin with her cane. Katsuma inquired as he activated his quirk on Katsuki. Izuku responded by using his own quirk on Katsuki while Mr. Shimano provided guidance on its use. After waking up, he had been brought back to the island, both to be with his children and to assist the medical team. Quirk or no quirk, he was still a doctor, and his children needed him. Upon reuniting with them, they shared everything that had happened, including how the students had stopped the villains and how Izuku had been the one to defeat 9. Izuku also informed him about his new quirk and apologized for not being able to return it. Katsuki reassured him that it was okay and expressed gratitude for protecting his children, noting that his quirk was now in the hands of an inspiring hero rather than a villain. He was now helping teach Izuku how to better utilize cell activation. Mr. Shimano instructed Izuku to focus on which injuries to heal first while he worked on Katsuki's broken leg. Once everyone was healed, the students began assisting the heroes and rescue teams with the cleanup and rebuilding of the island. However, this would take several days. After the first day of cleanup, Class 1A returned to the rescue shelter exhausted. Once they reached their rooms, they collapsed in fatigue and quickly fell asleep. Izuku once again found himself in the vestige realm of One for All, where he encountered the 3 new vestiges conversing with the previous users. Upon seeing Izuku, they welcomed him back. The doctor greeted him warmly, and Yoichi stepped forward, commending him for his performance against 9. Daigoro looked at him with admiration, stating that what he did was incredible. Counter-Strike nodded enthusiastically, emphasizing how he had fought a powerful villain with various abilities. The others, including Nana, 𝐴𝐻, and Daigoro, agreed, and 𝐴𝐻𝗡 admitted to having doubts but praised Izuku for his success. Yoichi then cleared his throat, indicating that while they appreciated his efforts, there were important matters to discuss. Izuku stood attentively as Yoichi explained that the new quirks had fully activated, but 2 of them had merged with others inside One for All, resulting in an unexpected activation. The doctor elaborated that since his and 𝐻𝐻's quirks were sensory in nature, they had combined to become more powerful, still remaining distinct but now connected. Counter-Strike added that the quirks Air Wall and FA Gene had also merged, allowing Izuku to store kinetic energy from attacks that hit the barriers and use that energy to enhance his counterattacks. The doctor continued, explaining that the second user's quirk, Gear Shift, had activated unexpectedly. They theorized that this might be related to cell activation being a touch-based quirk. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He had many questions but couldn't voice them. 𝐴𝐻𝗡 advised him to practice and train hard with his new quirks, reminding him that while he had done well against 9, he might not be so fortunate next time. The others nodded in agreement, and 𝐴𝐻𝗡 urged the second and third users to help Izuku learn how to use his quirks. The second user hesitated, suggesting that Izuku was smart enough to figure it out on his own, but Yoichi insisted they assist him. The third user agreed, and the second user reluctantly decided to help. They turned to Izuku, ready to share their knowledge. The following day, the class worked diligently, using their quirks to aid in the island's cleanup. Ochako made objects weightless, Momo created or replaced equipment, and Shoto used his ice to extinguish lingering fires. Izuku and 𝐶𝐻𝗃 utilized black WHP, Hydra, and tape to move large amounts of rubble, while others focused on smaller debris until they were called back by the heroes. Momo expressed confusion when All Might announced that the HPSC had called off the program. Kirishima voiced his discontent, questioning why they couldn't stay longer to help. All Might explained that they had already done a lot, and while their longing to assist was admirable, the HPSC had made their decision. Soon, Class 1A was prepared to leave, with everyone on the island bidding farewell and expressing their gratitude. Izuku shared a heartfelt hug with the Shimano siblings. Katsuma, teary-eyed, asked if they really had to leave. Izuku explained that they had no choice, and when Mahoro inquired about their earlier plan to stay until a replacement hero arrived, Izuku reiterated that the HPSC had ordered their return to school. The siblings looked saddened, and Katsuma asked if they would ever see Izuku again. He smiled and assured them that they would. He then recalled a little girl he had saved from a villain who had made her feel like a monster, sharing that he had stopped the villain to protect her. Katsuma then asked if that villain had been as bad as 9. Izuku nodded, acknowledging the situation. He reflected on how the impact of the past events had left mental scars on her. After they had stopped the threat, she was brought to his school for safety and to learn how to control her quirk. With a warm smile, he mentioned that he visited her along with the other heroes and students who had helped save her, and she was doing much better now. He thought she could use some friends her own age and asked his siblings if they could help with that. They nodded in agreement just as their father approached, expressing his support for the idea and suggesting a trip to the mainland. Everyone boarded the boat, setting sail for the mainland. As they departed, the islanders waved goodbye to their heroes, with Katsuma shouting that he would become a hero when he grew up. Izuku smiled and gave him a thumbs up as their ship faded into the distance. Back at UA, Class 1A relaxed in the main area of the dorms, enjoying their time off after recent events. They were grateful for the chance to engage in normal teenage activities. Katsuki sat playing cards with Kirishima and Kaminari, while Mina and Toru browsed fashion magazines. Tsu, Tenya, Tokoyami, Jiro, and Shoji worked on their homework together, and Shoto, Ojiro, and Koda watched TV. Momo and Sato baked in the kitchen, and Izuku and Ochako were out grocery shopping. Overall, everyone was either relaxing or being productive. A knock at the door interrupted the calm. When Tenya opened it, he found Class 1B waiting outside. He greeted them, and Kendo asked if they could come in. Tenya welcomed them inside, curious about their visit. Setsuna explained that since the agency program had ended early, they wanted to hang out and see how Class 1A was doing. Tetsu expressed concern, and Kirishima reassured them that while things could be better, they were managing. Kendo inquired about the severity of their recent challenges. Katsuki turned to show his scarred face and bandaged arms, prompting shock from Taguru. Katsuki calmly explained that he had faced a formidable opponent with multiple quirks. Noticing Katsuki's unusual demeanor, Taguru asked if he was all right. Katsuki admitted he was feeling mixed emotions but preferred to focus on playing cards, so they shifted their attention to other activities. Mina noticed Monoma was unusually quiet and asked Setsuna about it. Setsuna revealed that Kendo had threatened him to keep him in line. Mina then asked about their agency program, to which Setsuna responded that it had been rather uneventful, with only a minor incident to handle. Mina shared that their own experience had been filled with smaller tasks aimed at ensuring safety and helping those in need. Setsuna then inquired about the two who were often seen together. Mina smiled, knowing who she meant, and explained that Izuku and Ochako had gone out for groceries. Setsuna asked if Mina was still trying to bring them together, to which Mina expressed her frustration, noting that they were both too innocent for their own good. She added that now might not be the best time, especially considering what Izuku was going through. Just then, Izuku and Ochako returned with the groceries. Ochako announced their arrival, explaining that they had to substitute regular chicken nuggets and pizza with dinosaur-shaped nuggets and deep dish pizza. Izuku noticed Class 1B's presence and greeted them. Tetsu asked if Izuku had dyed his hair, to which he sheepishly replied that he hadn't. They then headed to the kitchen to put away the groceries, ready to share more about their day. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 decided to share what Izuku had told 1B about 9. He explained that 9 had a weaker version of All for One's quirk and had attempted to steal Izuku's quirk. However, the attempt backfired, causing all the quirks 9 had previously taken to merge with his own, resulting in his striking white hair. Setsuna, in a teasing tone, remarked that it was like the quirk had refused to comply, humorously adding that it was the best explanation. This elicited a few laughs from the group. Pony chimed in, saying Izuku had transformed from a regular to a shiny version of himself, which made Mina laugh in agreement. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 then inquired about Izuku's new quirks. Izuku's eyes glowed yellow as he began to explain. He described his first quirk, scanning, which allowed him to assess a person's physical health, weaknesses, strengths, and potential danger level, along with a rough idea of their quirks. It also granted him the ability to see through walls. Manga commented on its usefulness. Izuku continued with his second quirk, Laser Bullet, which enabled him to shoot laser beams from his fingers and more powerful ones from his hands. Bando expressed his excitement at this ability. Izuku then demonstrated his third quirk, Cell Activation, which provided him with healing powers similar to Recovery Girl's, but without draining stamina from others. Ibara clasped her hands in prayer, acknowledging it as a true gift. Next, Izuku summoned an air barrier, explaining that it allowed him to create barriers of varying sizes made of air to block and redirect enemy attacks. He even mentioned using one to fly, prompting 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 to raise his fist in admiration. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 jokingly expressed feeling inadequate, but Izuku reassured him that his own quirk was more versatile since he could only summon barriers from his feet and hands. Grateful, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 asked about Izuku's final quirk. Izuku smiled as Hydra emerged from his back, facing the group. He described Hydra as a somewhat sentient quirk with the intelligence of a dog, capable of growing, shrinking, and splitting itself to create more. The quirk moved closer to the students, prompting Reiko to slide its head, earning a low, happy sound from Hydra. 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 remarked on its powerful jaw, while Pony and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺𝐾 shared their thoughts on its appearance. Monoma, in a mocking tone, commented on how nice it must be to have so many powerful quirks. Kendo was ready to confront him, but Izuku explained that these quirks had belonged to others, and he could not return them, especially since 3 of the original owners were deceased. Monoma, feeling guilty, offered a hesitant apology, which Kendo lightly reprimanded him for. Izuku continued, noting the challenge of mastering multiple quirks alongside their individual abilities, as well as the need to update his quirk registry and make adjustments to his costume and support gear. Hiryu encouraged him, joking that all he had to do was say, "Snuffles attack," prompting Hydra to growl in response. Mina teased Hiryu, and he quickly apologized, leading to laughter among the group. Eventually, everyone returned to their activities, with Ochako and Izuku joining the others to watch cartoons. Later, Izuku stood in a mock city, dressed in his gym uniform, while Nizu, Recovery Girl, and All Might observed from an observation room. Nizu communicated with Izuku through an earpiece, instructing him to run around the city and use his quirks to defeat as many robots as possible, advising him to avoid using full cowl and focus on his other abilities. Izuku acknowledged the instructions and began his run. While scanning the area, he realized that his danger sensing ability was still effective. Suddenly, a one-pointer robot appeared, ready to attack. In response, Izuku summoned an air barrier, successfully blocking the robot's attack and redirecting it back, destroying the robot. Hearing the commotion, a group of one-pointers and two-pointers approached, but Izuku used black WHP to lift them and smash them together, clearing the area. In the observation room, Nizu took notes on Izuku's performance while All Might remarked on the strength of Izuku's quirks, noting that he had worked with Counter-Strike, Laser Beam, and M-Star Hydra in the past, but none of their quirks had exhibited such power. As if to confirm All Might's observation, Izuku unleashed a massive laser bullet, obliterating a large group of robots in one shot. Nizu inquired if OFA boosted other quirks, to which All Might nodded, admitting he had not anticipated such an extent of enhancement. Nizu then turned to Recovery Girl, asking about Nana's quirk and how much stronger it became after receiving OFA. Recovery Girl had a thoughtful expression as she explained that originally, the ability to float was limited, requiring support gear for flight. However, after receiving One for All, she could now float in any direction, with the strength of One for All enhancing her movement. It wasn't exactly flying, but it was a significant improvement. They observed as Izuku summoned Hydra, allowing the creature to split into 4 versions of itself, which swiftly dealt with a group of 3-pointers. All Might noted that according to Midoriya, Hydra had become sentient, with intelligence comparable to that of a dog. As Hydra tore through another group of robots, Izuku utilized Laser Bullet to destroy another set. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐽 commented on the interesting development, as Izuku began using Air Barrier to fly around, combining Laser Bullet and Hydra to create a new move called Laser Hydra. All Might remarked on this impressive combination. Once the testing concluded, Izuku joined his teachers in the observation room. He inquired if he could go again, but 𝐻𝐻𝐬 raised his paws and assured him that he had done more than enough, providing them with a better understanding of his current power. All Might agreed, stating that this knowledge would help them assist him in improving his quirks. Izuku then asked about cell activation, to which Recovery Girl responded that she would provide proper training the following day, suggesting that today's session was sufficient. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 added that unless there was anything else Izuku wanted to discuss, he was free to return to his dorm. Izuku replied that he had 2 matters to discuss. All Might asked what he wanted to talk about, and Izuku pulled out a chair. He first asked if he could tell others about One for All. All Might appeared shocked and expressed concern, but before Izuku could argue, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 interjected, suggesting it might be a good idea. He explained that having a support system, similar to what All Might had with Recovery Girl and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, would benefit Midoriya. He also pointed out that All Might's decision not to inform David's shield about One for All had led to complications, including the creation of the quirk amplifier and the incident on Island. All Might nodded in understanding and conceded that telling a few people might not be harmful. Izuku then revealed that the second matter was a message from the previous users, but they had also discovered something new about Hydra. As Hydra emerged from Izuku's back and split into 2, the second Hydra was a dull purple, smaller, and more streamlined. It addressed All Might in a familiar voice, prompting a shocked response from him. The nanopossessed Hydra confirmed her identity, and All Might was astonished. She explained that Izuku had theorized using Hydra to communicate with them, and this was the result. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 inquired if the other vestiges could do the same, to which Nana affirmed, though it was currently challenging. Nana then expressed the need to discuss All for One, his numerous crimes, and information about his potential accomplices, along with details regarding 9. She suggested they might want to get comfortable, as it would take some time. A couple of hours later, Izuku, along with Katsuki, Ochako, Tenya, Shoto, and All Might, gathered in the retired hero's office. All Might thanked them for coming and explained that they had a secret of great importance to reveal. Those unaware of One for All straightened up, and All Might warned them that what they discussed must remain confidential. If anyone felt they couldn't keep the secret, they were encouraged to leave. Seeing that no one left, All Might began sharing the origin of All for One and One for All, detailing its history, previous users, and how Izuku had become the current user. This revelation shocked those who were hearing it for the first time. Tenya remarked that it was a lot to process, and Izuku agreed, recalling his own feelings upon learning about One for All. Ochako then pointed out that Izuku's inability to control his quirk when he joined UA was due to having just received it before the entrance exam. Izuku confirmed this, and Shoto asked how he knew so much about the previous users. In response, Hydra appeared again, splitting into 2, with the second Hydra being slightly larger and weathered. Yoichi, the first user, spoke through Hydra, causing Katsuki, Shoto, Tenya, and Ochako to jump back in surprise. Izuku explained that One for All had reached a level of power that allowed him to communicate with the vestiges of the previous users. Tenya nodded in understanding, and All Might encouraged them to ask any further questions. Ochako had just one question: why share this information with them? Yoichi explained that they were concerned Izuku not sharing information about One for All could strain his relationships. Everyone nodded in understanding and asked more questions. Soon after, the students returned to their dorms. Izuku asked if this revelation changed anything between them. Noticing their confusion, he clarified that he wasn't a late bloomer. Ochako smiled reassuringly, stating that it didn't matter if he had a quirk or not, he was still their friend, and they cared about him. If anyone had made a big deal about him being quirkless, they were not worth his time. Katsuki flinched at her words, but Izuku smiled back, grateful for her support. As they walked back to their dorms, Izuku felt a great weight lift from his shoulders, and his friends felt they had a better understanding of him. Merry Christmas echoed through Class 1A as everyone celebrated the season. Even Katsuki seemed a bit happier. Mina teased him, noting how rare it was to see him smile. Katsuki retorted that they should enjoy it while it lasted. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 commented on Katsuki's improved mood, which he attributed to talking to Hound Dog, thanks to Kirishima's encouragement. Ojiro chatted with Izuku and Tenya, expressing disbelief that it had only been a year since they started at UA. Izuku agreed, noting that it felt much longer with everything that had happened, including the League of Villains and All Might's retirement. Tenya added that their intense training made the year feel extended. Izuku offered Hydra a sip of his drink and remarked on how close they were to becoming second years, even though it felt like they hadn't progressed at all. Ojiro nodded in agreement and mentioned how strange it would be not having Aizawa as their homeroom teacher. They all wondered who would take his place. Tenya suggested it might be Midnight, leaving the others unsure whether to feel flustered or terrified. Aizawa entered, greeted by the students wishing him a Merry Christmas. He returned the sentiment with a small smile and introduced a guest, Eri, who stepped forward holding out Easter eggs and cheerfully saying, "Trick or treat." The students welcomed her, and the girls were about to gush over her Santa outfit when Hydra approached her. Curious, she asked about the quirk. Izuku knelt beside Eri, explaining that Hydra was part of his quirk. Eri, confused, thought Izuku's quirk was the green lightning. Izuku clarified that both were indeed his quirk. Eri then asked if she could pet Hydra, to which Izuku happily agreed. As Eri petted Hydra's head, she noticed Izuku's hair was white like hers and began to slide it. Tenya asked Aizawa what brought him there, and Aizawa replied that he wanted to ensure the students weren't getting into too much trouble and thought Eri would enjoy spending Christmas with them. He then shifted to a more serious tone, informing them that once the holidays were over, they could return to their work studies, but for now, they should enjoy their time off. The students cheered and continued their celebrations. After opening presents and confirming that Eri's sword was just a replica, they played party games and enjoyed food. After finishing a round of Uno, Izuku stood to get a drink when Eri started nudging him. Confused, he asked what she was doing, but she managed to guide him where she wanted him to be. Once she was satisfied, she told him to wait before walking off. With nothing else to do, Izuku checked his phone and saw 2 messages. One from his mom wishing him a Merry Christmas and another from May, informing him that his costume upgrades and new support gear were complete. As he put his phone away, he noticed Eri leading Ochako to him. Ochako asked what was going on, and Eri pointed up. They realized they were standing under mistletoe. A bit flustered, Ochako acknowledged the tradition, and Izuku awkwardly agreed. After a moment of silence, Ochako decided to embrace the moment and kissed him. Eri, pleased with herself, walked away while Mina looked on, astonished by the scene. Endeavor was patiently waiting for Shoto and his 2 classmates to arrive. He had been looking forward to his son obtaining his hero license and finally working under him. After several months, Shoto had earned his license and was now able to join Endeavor at the agency. He was also bringing along 2 classmates, Katsuki Bakugo, the winner of the sports festival, and Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had assisted All Might in defeating the villain Wolfram and had also taken down the leader of the Yakuza, Overhaul, as well as the villain who possessed All for One's quirk, 9. Although Endeavor had told Shoto he could invite others for the work study, he hadn't expected him to do so. However, he wasn't going to reject them and didn't mind their presence. Soon, the bus arrived and the 3 boys got off. Endeavor anticipated Shoto would have his usual indifferent expression, Bakugo would look angry, and Midoriya would appear nervous. To his surprise, Bakugo was calm, Shoto wore a genuine smile, and Midoriya had a bright smile that made the sun seem dim in comparison. Endeavor greeted Shoto, who responded with a more focused expression. Endeavor remarked on how cheerful Midoriya seemed, to which Bakugo rolled his eyes and mentioned that the girl Midoriya had a crush on had finally expressed her feelings, and now they were dating. Midoriya, still smiling and unfazed by the comments, declared it the best Christmas present ever. A little lost for words, Endeavor suggested they head to the agency to get started. As they walked toward the Endeavor agency, Izuku suddenly felt a surge of danger. He looked up to see an old man flying on glass bubbles, pulling in glass from all the windows in the area while shouting about seeing the future. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 rushed off to handle the situation, with the 3 students following closely behind. Izuku created a barrier beneath his feet and began to fly, inviting his friends to join him. They took to the air, while 𝐻𝐿𝐴, unaware of their actions, soared upward to confront the man. The old man muttered incoherently as he transformed the collected glass into a sphere of molten glass. Realizing the imminent threat, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 charged forward to intervene, but 2 hydras appeared, one carrying 𝗀𝗱, who quickly froze the glass before the hydra he was on chomped down on it, letting out a powerful roar. The other hydra, carrying Katsuki, turned to face the old man and roared as well. Katsuki then shouted out a technique, using a stun grenade to temporarily blind the man. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku appeared behind the old man and ensnared him with black WHP. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 felt a mix of shock, anger, and a hint of admiration that his students had managed to capture the villain before he did. However, he swallowed his pride and confronted the man, demanding to know why he was rampaging through the city. The old man began to sputter nonsense again, prompting Katsuki to question if the man had hit his head. Just as Izuku was about to respond, a group of individuals wielding makeshift weapons charged out of an alley toward them. Before they could act, the hydra carrying 𝗀𝗱 charged forward, splitting into 2 and letting out a roar that caused the attackers to hesitate, allowing 𝗀𝗱 to trap them in ice. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 glanced at the old man and asked if they were friends of his. Soon, the police arrived to apprehend the villains while 𝐻𝐿𝐴 turned to his interns, expressing his frustration at their actions. Katsuki, annoyed, mockingly asked if 𝐻𝐿𝐴 was upset that they had stopped the bad guys before him. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 clarified that he was angry they hadn't asked for orders. 𝗀𝗱 then inquired what would have happened if they had asked. Before 𝐻𝐿𝐴 could respond, Hawks appeared, suggesting they should have left the situation to the professionals. 𝐻𝐿𝐴, irritated, questioned Hawks' presence, to which Hawks explained he had been in the neighborhood and was planning to act as backup before the interns resolved the situation. As the police struggled to put the old man into the car, he pointed at 𝐻𝐿𝐴, claiming his light would only draw in darkness and lead to destruction. He then pointed at Izuku, stating that only he could stop the darkness. The police officer, exasperated, shouted for the old man to get into the car and shoved him inside. Hawks commented on the situation, and 𝐻𝐿𝐴 sighed, asking him to leave if he had nothing else to say. Hawks responded that he had 2 things to do before departing. He gave the boys a thumbs up, congratulating them on their actions, and then handed 𝐻𝐿𝐴 a book, whispering something meant only for him before flying off. Later, the pro hero and the 3 students arrived at the 𝐻𝐿𝐴 agency, where they were greeted by Burnin and the rest of the flaming sidekicks. They explained how things operated within the agency while 𝐻𝐿𝐴 headed to his office. Burnin recognized Katsuki as the sports festival winner and acknowledged Izuku as the one who defeated the villain 9. Izuku humbly noted that he wasn't the only one who fought but ultimately took down the villain. Burnin expressed her appreciation for Izuku's efforts, recalling a friend from middle school who had suffered at the hands of that villain. She then welcomed 𝗀𝗱 back, stating that 𝐻𝐿𝐴 could start teaching him again. Katsuki asked what exactly they would be doing at the agency. Burnin explained that Todoroki would likely be taken under his father's wing, while the other 2 would probably be assigned to one of them. Nodding in understanding, Izuku was about to ask something when 𝐻𝐿𝐴 emerged from his office. He addressed the 3 boys, asking what they hoped to achieve while they were there. The boys exchanged glances before Katsuki stated that his quirk was simple but powerful. He had learned to use it in various ways and hoped to discover its full potential while also finding more effective applications. 𝗀𝗱 expressed his longing to master his fire abilities and learn new techniques. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 then turned to Izuku, inquiring about his goals. Izuku summoned a hand-sized barrier from one finger, a black WHP from another, and a hydra from his back. He explained that during his battle with 9, the villain attempted to steal his quirk, but the process backfired, resulting in Izuku gaining the quirks 9 had previously stolen. After confirming 𝐻𝐿𝐴's understanding, Izuku continued that he had a good grasp of his abilities but wanted to fully master them and discover new ways to use them. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 nodded, stating that while they were there, they would be under his supervision, and he expected them to achieve their goals by the time they returned to school. The three boys nodded, preparing themselves for what would come next. Izuku, Shoto, Bakugo, and Endeavor had accomplished a lot during their patrol, stopping several crimes and assisting in various incidents. Throughout the day, Endeavor provided pointers and ensured they followed his lead. After a long day of work, the four sat on a rooftop to enjoy their lunch, with Izuku feeding some of his food to a Hydra head. Endeavor, curious, asked why Izuku was feeding the creature, questioning if it was a waste of food. Izuku shook his head, explaining that whatever the Hydra consumed would come back to him, and he fed them because they enjoyed eating. Endeavor remarked that he didn't think the Hydra King's quirk was sentient. Izuku responded that Recovery Girl believed the Hydra had some form of sentience but lacked the ability to express itself before merging with his quirk and its accumulated energy. Endeavor nodded in understanding and complimented Izuku's control over the Hydra and his enhancement quirk. He then turned to Katsuki and Shoto, acknowledging their skills as well, stating they had abilities comparable to professional heroes. His expression grew stern as he reminded them not to let it go to their heads, emphasizing that they had a long way to go before reaching the top tier. The three boys nodded in understanding as Endeavor shared his ideas on how they could improve their efficiency with their quirks. He addressed Katsuki first, suggesting that to enhance his speed and firepower, he should find a way to condense his explosions. Next, he turned to Shoto, advising him to focus his quirk from a single point instead of allowing it to burst uncontrollably. After Shoto acknowledged this, Endeavor focused on Izuku, noting that while his control was good, he tended to concentrate on one or two abilities at a time. He encouraged Izuku to learn to multitask to improve. Izuku nodded and mentioned he had been considering trying something new. He raised his hand, a purple glow emanating from it as the Hydra wrapped around his arm. He explained that during his fight with Nine, he had managed to combine Laser Bullet with Hydra to create something new. Endeavor acknowledged the move, asking what Izuku had in mind. Izuku suggested that if he could combine those abilities, perhaps he could merge other quirks as well. Endeavor appeared thoughtful, agreeing that it seemed plausible and could be quite useful but advised caution, warning that combining the wrong quirks could lead to significant destruction. Izuku nodded in agreement, while Shoto contemplated an idea as he looked down at his hands. Meanwhile, the leaders of the PLF were receiving reports from 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲, who had been on her phone, found something intriguing. She announced that Izuku was on the news. Spinner leaned over, curious, and asked if Izuku's quirk was super strength. Twice chimed in, stating that it was indeed super strength, or possibly a body enhancement quirk. Spinner pointed to Himiko's phone, questioning why Izuku had dragon heads emerging from his back. The group looked at him in confusion as Skeptic began searching for the information. He urged everyone to look at the video of Izuku using multiple quirks. Dabi expressed shock at how Izuku had acquired multiple quirks. Hawks, appearing relaxed, explained that a villain with a quirk similar to All for One's had appeared out of nowhere, stealing the quirks of multiple heroes and a civilian. The villain had then made his way to an island where Izuku and his class were participating in a hero agency program, intending to steal the quirk of one of his victims' children. When Izuku intervened, the villain attempted to steal his quirk, but the plan backfired, resulting in Izuku gaining all the quirks the villain had stolen. The group was left in disbelief, questioning how a random villain could possess a quirk like All for One's and appear without any prior rumors. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐚 asked skeptically while Dabi and Spinner tried not to flinch at the mention. Hawks shrugged and mentioned that 4 people had lost their quirks, which now belonged to the boy with white hair. Trumpet inquired about what they should do next. Dabi, indifferent, stated that the boy was not a threat. Compress added that the boy had only recently acquired those quirks and would take time to MSTR them. Spinner suggested they keep an eye on him just in case, and the others agreed before continuing their meeting. Meanwhile, Himiko admired videos of Izuku and his new white hair. Izuku was in the Endeavor Agency Quirk Gym after completing their patrols for the day. The pro hero had grown curious about Izuku's ability to combine his quirks and decided to let the white-haired boy test out some combinations. Endeavor instructed Izuku that he could test out 4 combinations while they were there. Izuku contemplated which quirks to combine. After some thought, he decided to try Laser Bullet and Air Barrier first. Focusing intently, he found that combining the two quirks was challenging at first. However, visualizing the quirks as two different colors and imagining them mixing together helped. Soon, he successfully combined them to create a large mauve-colored disc. Intrigued, he threw it toward a test dummy, and it sliced through effortlessly. Pulling it back, he floated it next to his hand and asked if someone could throw an attack at it to test its barrier capabilities. Endeavor generated a ball of fire, cautioning Izuku to move aside in case it didn't block the fire. Izuku nodded and stepped back. When the fireball hit the barrier, it glowed brighter before an explosion of energy burst from the impact side. Endeavor scratched his beard in intrigue and noted that the barrier's ability to reflect attacks had been enhanced by the laser's energy. Izuku nodded in agreement and expressed his longing to see what would happen when he combined Hydra with black WHP. He focused on mixing the two quirks, and soon summoned a navy blue Hydra with tendrils resembling long, shaggy hair. A large number of tendrils emerged from its chin and the back of its head, resembling a cross between a mane and a beard. Katsuki remarked that it looked like a Chinese dragon, and Shoto nodded in agreement. Endeavor, however, emphasized the need to understand what the creature could do. Izuku looked up at the Hydra and encouraged it to demonstrate its abilities. The black Hydra began using its hair-like tendrils to pick up objects and attack the dummies. Shoto observed that it seemed to be utilizing black WHP. Izuku disagreed, feeling that it could do more. He concentrated, and the Hydra began to change again, growing larger and more imposing. Soon, it resembled a terrifying creature from a horror story rather than a majestic being from mythology. Katsuki exclaimed in surprise, while Endeavor inquired about what Izuku had done. Izuku explained that he had used his anger to strengthen it. Endeavor advised him to only power it up like that in emergencies. Izuku, sensing Endeavor's discomfort, asked if he was all right. Endeavor reassured him that he was fine and suggested they move on to the next combination. Izuku then focused on combining black WHP with 𝐸. He quickly summoned a chain covered in a burning red aura and noted how easy it had been. Using it like black WHP, he remarked that it seemed to be a stronger and faster version. Burnin commented on how surprisingly tame it was compared to the other combinations, and Endeavor reminded them that effectiveness was not diminished by its appearance. Feeling excited, Izuku declared it was time for the last combination and focused on merging air barrier with cell activation. He successfully created a chartreuse green barrier and asked someone to hit it. Katsuki, feeling up for the challenge, launched an explosion at the barrier. The result was similar to a normal barrier, but green particles emerged from the other side. Izuku noted that the particles seemed infused with the energy of cell activation. Curious, Burnin stepped behind the barrier and remarked that she felt energized before Izuku dropped the barrier. Endeavor declared that they had done enough for the day, and Izuku nodded. However, Shoto stepped forward, expressing his longing to try something. Endeavor, surprised, asked what he had in mind. Shoto explained that he had been thinking of a way to use his quirk and had come up with an idea. He stood in the middle of the gym, deep in concentration as he activated his fire and ice quirks. Everyone watched, wondering what he was about to do. Katsuki observed Izuku's uncertainty as the fire and ice around Shoto began to shift. Shoto struggled to maintain his concentration, but soon fell to his knees, clutching his chest in discomfort. Concern filled the air as everyone shouted Shoto's name. Izuku rushed to his friend's side, activating his quirk while the others gathered around. Endeavor inquired about what had happened. Shoto, still in pain, managed to explain that seeing Midoriya combine his quirks inspired him to attempt the same with his own. Endeavor commented that the idea didn't seem to work out, but Shoto shook his head, insisting that for a moment, he felt the two halves coming together before losing focus. Izuku advised him against trying that again until he could do it safely. Endeavor agreed that it was time to wrap things up for the day. Katsuki unleashed a powerful explosion at a group of villains, sending them sprawling before Shoto encased them in ice. Shoto complimented Katsuki on his shot, and Katsuki responded with a warning to watch out as he sent a concentrated blast at another villain above them. One of the villains shouted about salvation for the pure as he charged at Izuku, his arms transforming into hydraulic drills. Just before the villain could strike, Izuku created an air barrier around his arm and executed a powerful punch, sending the villain flying back. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 inquired if that was a new technique. Izuku clarified that it wasn't new, nor was it a combo. He explained that during their battle with 𝗟, he had summoned multiple barriers to enhance his smash. A villain with a wolf quirk attempted to bite Izuku's arm, only to be repelled by the barrier. Izuku continued, revealing that he had subconsciously wrapped the barriers around his arm but had only recently figured out how to recreate that effect. He then delivered a kick to a villain with metal claws. Another villain, wielding a fiery tail, proclaimed his intent for humanity's salvation before being swiftly knocked out by 𝗏𝐬𝑜r. 𝗏𝐬𝑜r reminded the trio to stay focused, emphasizing that as heroes, they couldn't afford distractions. Katsuki remarked that the villains were not particularly tough, demonstrating his point by delivering a knee strike to one of them. A gunman aimed at Katsuki and fired, but Izuku intercepted the bullet with his quirk, using black WHP to disarm and capture the man. The gunman struggled, calling Izuku impure, but 𝐀𝐮𝐴 quickly subdued him with a chop to the back of his head, concluding the fight. The police soon arrived to take the villains into custody and gather statements from the heroes. An officer asked 𝗏𝐬𝑜r if the attackers had just appeared out of nowhere. 𝗏𝐬𝑜r confirmed this, and the officer sighed, noting that it was the third villain attack that week. He pointed to the gunmen and asked if any of them had attacked him with their quirks. They all shook their heads, with Izuku explaining that he had only used his quirk to capture him. The officer reassured them that since it was a capture, they wouldn't face any trouble. Katsuki, confused, questioned why that was a good thing. The officer clarified that the man was quirkless, and had any of them attacked him with their quirks, it could have led to complications. Once the police finished their statements and departed, the four heroes resumed their patrol. Katsuki asked about the villains' strange rhetoric regarding purity and salvation. 𝗏𝐬𝑜r speculated that they were likely part of a cult believing in the quirk doomsday theory. Katsuki scoffed at the notion, recalling that it was a ridiculous theory from over a century ago. Izuku expressed disbelief that anyone still subscribed to it, noting that scientists had disproven it 50 years prior. 𝗏𝐬𝑜r lamented that some people stubbornly refused to accept logic or reason, recalling past villains who fit that description as they continued their patrol. After completing their patrol and returning to the agency, the three boys began changing out of their costumes when 𝐀𝐮𝐴 asked if they had any plans for the evening. Izuku and Katsuki both replied that they did not. Curious, Izuku asked why 𝐀𝐮𝐴 wanted to know. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 rubbed the back of his neck and explained that he was having dinner with his family and wondered if they would like to join him. Izuku smiled, feeling honored by the invitation, while Katsuki seemed hesitant, questioning if 𝐀𝐮𝐴 truly wanted him there. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 removed his gauntlets and expressed that he wasn't the best at these sorts of things. He reassured Katsuki that if he didn't want him over, he wouldn't have invited him. Ultimately, it was Katsuki's choice, and against his better judgment, he decided to join them. Once the three boys finished changing, they climbed into 𝗏𝐬𝑜r's limo and headed toward the Todoroki household. Upon arrival, Fuyumi Todoroki greeted them warmly and guided them to the dining area. As they moved through the house, the guests noticed the traditional Japanese design and numerous fire-themed decorations, which they found a bit overwhelming. Katsuki whispered to Izuku that if his future home resembled this, he hoped someone would knock some sense into him. As they began to eat, silence fell over the table. The food was delicious and perfectly cooked, but the tension between Natsuo Todoroki and his father was palpable. To break the silence, Izuku complimented the meal and asked Fuyumi about her secret. She smiled and replied that it was just experience. Katsuki, feeling a bit uncertain, asked if she would be willing to share recipes since he enjoyed cooking from time to time. Fuyumi eagerly agreed. The conversation helped ease the atmosphere, especially when 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝑒𝑟 emerged for some food. Fuyumi asked if that was 𝐀𝐮𝐴's quirk, and Izuku jokingly remarked that it was just an oversized snake living rent-free in his body. This elicited giggles from Fuyumi, a snort from Natsuo, a smile from 𝐀𝐮𝐴, and an eye roll from Katsuki, while Hydra happily enjoyed its meal. Fuyumi then inquired about Shoto's school life and whether he was eating well. Shoto assured her that school was going well and that he was getting enough food. She expressed her relief before asking Natsuo about his college life. He shrugged and mentioned he was just studying and hanging out with friends, trying to enjoy the meal while ignoring their father. As the conversations continued, Natsuo remained mostly silent, preferring to avoid his father. He had come to spend time with his siblings, and as soon as dinner was over, he planned to leave. However, he noticed Hydra watching him from under the table and felt a mix of confusion and curiosity. When he offered it a piece of food, it opened its mouth slightly, accepting the offering before slithering out of sight. Natsuo thought it was both strange and cool. After dinner, Natsuo thanked Fuyumi for the meal and bid farewell to her and the three boys, deliberately ignoring Endeavor as he left. Endeavor got up to follow him, hoping for a chance to talk, while the others helped Fuyumi clean up. Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki insisted on helping Fuyumi with the dishes, despite her initial refusal. As they worked, Shoto asked Katsuki if he knew about his family's issues. Katsuki sighed and admitted that he did, wishing he didn't have to. Shoto inquired how long he had known, and Katsuki revealed it had been since the sports festival. Shoto then asked if Katsuki had overheard his conversation with Izuku, but Katsuki clarified that he had been spying, sounding a bit guilty. When Shoto pressed for a reason, Katsuki admitted he couldn't remember why he had been there. He expressed that he had spent years with his head in the clouds and was full of regrets. Shoto asked if anyone else knew, and Katsuki shook his head, which relieved Shoto, who preferred to keep his family's troubles private. Katsuki remarked on Endeavor's character, and Shoto nodded in agreement as they finished gathering the last of the plates. Once the dishes were cleaned, the three boys said their goodbyes to Fuyumi before entering the car. As they drove away, Endeavor spoke about the upcoming return to school. He acknowledged their growth and success, offering them the option to continue work study under him or choose another hero. The boys nodded in understanding. As the car moved forward, Izuku checked his phone and saw a message from Ochako asking if he was coming back tomorrow. He replied that he would be back by lunch and quickly received a follow-up message inviting him to hang out and watch a movie. Izuku responded with a blush, wondering if Ochako meant it as a date. After a moment, she confirmed it, and he quickly replied that it was a date, his face breaking into a joyful smile, completely unaware that Ochako was blushing on the other side. Meanwhile, Katsuki, feeling bored, began fiddling with the window controls, making it go up and down. This annoyed the driver, who told him to stop. Ignoring the driver, Katsuki continued until the driver, sounding more serious, repeated his request. Katsuki, confused, pulled out his wireless earphones and asked if the driver had said something. Just then, Izuku's danger sense went off, prompting him to shout a warning as something struck the car, causing it to crash. The pro hero and three students emerged from the vehicle, slightly dazed. Endeavor checked on them, and they nodded or confirmed they were all right. Katsuki approached the driver, asking if he was okay as the man exited the car, showing a scraped arm. Shoto inquired about what had hit them, and Izuku pointed ahead, suggesting it was two figures approaching. They turned to see a man in a strange outfit lined with road arrows and another figure in a cloak. The man shouted Endeavor's name, revealing that he had taken Natsuo hostage. He taunted Endeavor, reminding him of their past encounter. Endeavor recognized him as a villain he had captured years ago. The villain, Ending, used his quirk to manipulate the road lines into constructs, threatening that if Endeavor didn't kill him, everyone would die. He unleashed the constructs, sending multiple cars flying. In an instant, the heroes sprang into action. Izuku summoned multiple black WHPs and 4 Hydra creatures to catch the cars and lower them safely. Endeavor charged forward, his suit burning away to reveal his hero costume, ready to confront Ending. However, the villain's partner pulled Natsuo into the line of fire, causing Endeavor to hesitate. Just then, Katsuki intervened, using concentrated explosions to propel himself forward and kick the cloaked figure aside, saving Natsuo. Shoto quickly trapped the villain in ice. Everything unfolded rapidly, and Ending was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He demanded to know why his partner had prevented him from being attacked. Shoto ensured the villain was secured before turning to Natsuo, who confirmed he was fine but a bit shaken. Endeavor asked if everyone else was okay, and Izuku gave him a thumbs up while using his quirk to heal a civilian. He reassured Endeavor that he and Hydra had taken care of the civilians. Endeavor expressed his gratitude, relieved that the situation was under control. Ending, frustrated, questioned why his partner had intervened. Just then, Izuku's danger sense flared again as the hooded figure rose quickly and charged at him. Endeavor rushed forward, knocking the figure aside, revealing the face of a 𝐻𝐿. Without hesitation, Endeavor began to fight it, but the creature laughed, taunting him about its strength. The 𝐻𝐿's body began to transform, growing additional arms, a tail, horns, and bear trap-like teeth. Shoto froze one of its legs, causing it to shatter, but it regenerated quickly enough to kick Katsuki away as he attempted to get close. Katsuki exclaimed about its super regeneration quirk, and Izuku helped him up, noting the 𝐻𝐿's other abilities as he scanned it. Just then, the 𝐻𝐿 fired a beam of red energy, forcing Izuku to summon a barrier. Shoto attempted to freeze the 𝐻𝐿, but it dodged and aimed to attack a civilian. Katsuki retaliated with an explosion, sending the 𝐻𝐿 crashing into Izuku, who delivered a powerful kick to its solar plexus. However, the creature stood back up without a scratch. Frustrated, Izuku realized he had been so focused on analyzing the new quirks that he hadn't been able to increase his percentage with one for all. He dodged another attack and tried firing multiple lasers at the 𝐻𝐿, but it reflected the energy away, nearly hitting nearby civilians. Katsuki fired a concentrated blast at the 𝐻𝐿, which skillfully dodged the attack. Shoto observed the creature's movements and deduced that it must be using a light refraction quirk. He quickly created a wall of fire to obscure the creature's vision. Endeavor noted that this opponent was nearly as dangerous as the one he had faced before. He delivered a flame-covered uppercut that caused some damage, but the 𝐻𝐿 healed almost instantly. Endeavor realized he would need to take it down in a similar manner. He ignited his flames and rocketed toward the 𝐻𝐿, aiming to grab it in a chokehold and carry it high into the sky, where he could unleash his full power to incinerate it, just as he had done with Hood. However, as he approached, Blast anchored two of her arms and her feet into the ground, preventing Endeavor from executing his plan. She declared that it wasn't going to work and sent him flying back with a powerful punch. Before she could unleash a barrage of lasers, Izuku summoned a barrier to block the attack. He asked Endeavor if he was okay, to which Endeavor replied that he thought he had cracked a rib but could still fight. Katsuki, seeking answers, questioned how they could stop the creature. Endeavor expressed that if he could go all out, he could destroy it, but he needed to get everyone away from the city to do so. Izuku pointed out that the 𝐻𝐿 was aware of this and wouldn't allow it. Shoto unleashed a torrent of fire, forcing Blast to jump away. She retaliated with lasers from her hands, which Shoto skillfully dodged. Katsuki then proposed an idea about containing the damage. Endeavor looked at him with curiosity as Katsuki explained that Izuku could create multiple barriers to contain him and the 𝐻𝐿, allowing Endeavor to unleash his full power while minimizing destruction. Izuku agreed that it could work and rushed forward, using the energy he had stored in 𝐸𝐵 combined with his current limit of full cowling to execute a 50% smash that knocked the 𝐻𝐿 to the ground. Endeavor declared it was time to end this as he and Katsuki charged forward. Katsuki jumped in front of the 𝐻𝐿 and created the brightest stun grenade he could, blinding the creature and allowing Endeavor to rush in and unleash his full power. Izuku quickly constructed as many barriers as he could to contain the flames. Inside those barriers, Endeavor was going all out, flames swirling around him like a tornado. The 𝐻𝐿 attempted to fight back, but the number one hero dodged and kept the flames coming, burning away the 𝐻𝐿's extra arms. Endeavor tackled the creature in a headlock and unleashed more fire. Outside, despite Izuku's efforts to maintain the barriers, he could still feel the heat radiating from within. Shoto rushed to his friend and covered the outer layer of the barriers with a thin sheet of ice to prevent Izuku from overheating. As Blast fought back, Endeavor continued to apply pressure, causing the 𝐻𝐿's flesh to burn away. Just as the 𝐻𝐿 prepared to crush him, 𝐿𝐿𝐴 dodged and unleashed a flash fire fist that pierced its chest, allowing him to grasp the creature's heart. He knew it was now or never and shouted his signature move before unleashing everything he had. For a brief moment, a brilliant flash erupted from inside the barriers, prompting everyone to shield their eyes. Once the light dimmed, silence enveloped the area. Izuku slowly lowered the barriers, and a massive plume of smoke erupted from the last one. When the smoke cleared, 𝐿𝐴 stood triumphantly in a smoking crater, the charred body of the 𝗰𝐴 beneath his feet. He raised his fist into the air, signaling that the battle was over. A doctor informed 𝐿𝐴 that he had done all he could and that it was time for the professionals to handle the rest as they loaded him into an ambulance. After 𝐿𝐴 had finished off the 𝗰𝐴, other heroes, police, and ambulances arrived to assist. 𝐿𝐴 had been arrested and placed in police custody, while the 𝗰𝐴's body was taken away for study. 𝐿𝐴 required medical attention due to overexerting his quirk. ― used his ice to cool him down, and Izuku utilized cell activation to help replenish his stamina and heal some of his injuries. Now, it was time for the professionals to take over. One such professional examined Izuku's hands to ensure he hadn't sustained any burns. After confirming everything looked alright, the doctor advised him to apply some burn cream. Izuku thanked her with a slight bow, and she smiled in return, reminding him that it was her job to heal, just as it would be his job to save and protect. Meanwhile, a police officer asked Natsuo if 𝐿𝐴 had mentioned any accomplices. Natsuo, sitting by the side of the road with Shoto, explained that 𝐿𝐴 had mentioned someone telling him where to find their house, but not much else. He admitted that he had been too scared to focus on anything else. The officer offered a sympathetic look and reassured him that everything was okay now, encouraging him to take a breath and calm his nerves. He handed Natsuo a card, instructing him to call if he remembered anything important before walking over to the others at the scene, while Shoto did his best to comfort his brother. Katsuki was rubbing his arm in irritation when Burnin approached him, asking if he was all right. Katsuki replied that he was fine, just that his arm hurt a bit. Concerned, Burnin began to examine his arm, asking if the 𝗰𝐴 had hit it. She asked with concern while Katsuki shook his head. He explained that during his fight with 9 he had sustained injuries. His arm and leg had been hurt, but while the leg had healed well, his arm still had some lingering damage. He could still use it, but overexerting himself with his quirk would irritate the wound. She nodded in understanding, acknowledging that he had pushed his arm too far and was now facing the consequences. Just then, Izuku, overhearing the conversation, joined in with a suggestion about trying compression sleeves like his. He proposed they could talk to Power Loader about it when they returned to UA. Katsuki was initially going to refuse the offer, but as his arm began to act up again, he decided he would appreciate the help. After giving their statements to the police, the 3 hero students were given a ride back to UA by Burnin. Due to the recent attack, the Flame Heroine had decided to end their work studies a day early. The ride was long and quiet, with only a few moments of chatter as Burnin attempted to engage them in conversation. They soon arrived back at UA, where Midnight was waiting for them at the front gate. She escorted them back to the dorms, and once there, they returned to their rooms, quickly collapsing from exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. Once again, Izuku found himself in the vestige world of One for All, where he encountered Yoichi and 𝐿𝐴. Yoichi greeted him warmly, expressing that it was good to see him again, while 𝐿𝐴 nodded in agreement. They explained that he was probably wondering why they had summoned him. Izuku nodded, realizing that he could now speak freely, as the fog that had previously covered his mouth was gone. Yoichi noted with surprise that Izuku was further along than they had expected, and 𝐿𝐴 suggested that the merging of the new quirks with One for All, along with Izuku's recent developments, might be the reason. Yoichi mentioned that it was good they could have proper conversations now, and Izuku expressed that he had many questions. However, Yoichi playfully raised his hand, indicating that those questions would have to wait, as they had important matters to discuss. He informed Izuku that he had finally unlocked Smokescreen, though he doubted its usefulness and hoped Izuku would find better applications for it. Izuku tried to cheer 𝐿𝐴 up, insisting that Smokescreen could be very useful. Yoichi placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, affirming that they did not know the full potential of Smokescreen, especially since Izuku could now combine their quirks. This led Yoichi to his second point of discussion. When Izuku asked if something was wrong, Yoichi reassured him that there was no need for concern. He had noticed that Izuku seemed focused on combining only 2 quirks at a time. He reminded Izuku that his brother had successfully combined multiple quirks in the past, suggesting that Izuku experiment to see what could happen. Izuku agreed, pondering what might occur if he combined FA gene with Black WHP and Hydra. Yoichi then indicated that they would need to leave him to face the challenges ahead. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly before realizing what had been said. He called out for them, but they had already vanished. Turning around, he found Nana looking down at him with a serious expression. When he asked what was wrong, Nana questioned why he hadn't been using float. After Ochako woke up, she checked her phone and saw a message from Izuku asking her to meet in his room. Surprised that he was back so soon, she quickly changed out of her pajamas and into casual clothes. Once ready, she made her way to his room and knocked on the door. Izuku called out that it was open, and she entered, noticing him on the ceiling. With pleading eyes, he asked for her help. After closing the door, she floated up to him and helped him back down, asking what was going on. He explained that he had been trying to use float but had lost control. Ochako inquired if float was a new quirk from the previous users, and Izuku confirmed it was Nana's quirk. She asked when he had acquired it, and he explained that he had received it at the same time as the new quirks were transferred into One for All. Ochako looked confused, questioning why he hadn't used it in the past half-month. Izuku admitted he had hesitated due to a lack of experience, but after starting to use his airboard technique to fly, he had forgotten about float, which had upset Nana. Ochako offered to help him learn how to use float, noting that her quirk was similar. Izuku hugged her, pleading for her assistance so Nana would no longer be angry with him. She comforted him, but then reminded him that they had a date that day. Izuku nodded, and Ochako suggested they have breakfast first, agreeing that they couldn't start the day on an empty stomach. After Izuku got changed, he and Ochako made their way downstairs to the kitchen. As they walked, Izuku asked what movie she had in mind. Ochako mentioned that her dad had sent over some movies she used to watch as a kid, providing them with quite the selection. Izuku was curious about what she had, and she began listing them off. She had some Disney movies, including WALL-E, which Izuku acknowledged as a beloved classic. Ochako continued with titles like Treasure Planet 1 and 2, which Izuku considered underrated classics. She then mentioned having some DreamWorks movies, such as Shrek, which always made Izuku laugh. Ochako added that she also had the How to Train Your Dragon films, and Izuku expressed his fondness for Toothless, calling him the best character. Ochako giggled and went on to say she had every Spider-Man movie, prompting Izuku to reflect on how many of his powers were similar to Spider-Man's, jokingly wondering if he was a knockoff. Ochako quickly reassured him that he was more of an improvement. She also mentioned having the second Iron Man movie, which Izuku thought was better than the first. Ochako continued with the first Warhammer 40K movie, and Izuku dramatically recited a line about war from it. She then mentioned the second Super Mario Bros. Movie, playfully mimicking the characters, and concluded with the Who Framed Roger Rabbit remake. Izuku preferred the original but acknowledged that the remake was impressive and true to the spirit of the original. Mina, overhearing them, teased them about their conversation. Izuku explained that they were discussing which movie to watch for their first date. Mina was surprised to learn they weren't going to a theater, insisting that they should go somewhere romantic. Before Ochako could respond, Mina started typing on her phone, determined to find a solution. Izuku tried to get her attention, but she was too focused on her phone. She mentioned a new romance anime coming out in the local theater, but her friends tried to remind her that they couldn't just leave campus unless it was for essentials or pre-scheduled events. Mina realized her mistake and accepted the situation, while Ochako playfully patted her shoulder, reminding her that it was the thought that counted. Afterward, Izuku and Ochako prepared breakfast before heading to her room. After some discussion, they decided to watch the Warhammer 40K movie. Izuku expressed how long it had been since he last saw it, and Ochako vaguely remembered watching it a long time ago. He warned her that it was a tearjerker, and she nodded as she started the movie. After 2 hours of watching the intense and emotionally charged film, they found themselves holding each other, both moved to tears. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 commented on how good yet tragic it was, and Izuku comforted her, noting that he had warned her about the emotional impact. She buried her face in his shirt, saying her eyes hurt from crying. Izuku asked for her thoughts on the movie, and she expressed her hope that the sequels would be just as good, though she wasn't ready to watch another one for a while. Checking the time, Izuku suggested they watch Shrek to lift their spirits, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 agreed enthusiastically. He put in the movie, and they snuggled together once more. After finishing their classes for the day, Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 headed toward Gym Gamma to practice with Float. Izuku remarked on how intense Aizawa-sensei's lessons had been, rubbing his forehead in exhaustion while a small creature resembling a hydra playfully wrapped around his neck. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 admitted she felt like her brain was melting, to which Izuku jokingly responded that he didn't see any gray matter coming out of her ears. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 pouted, calling him a meanie as she rubbed her sore head. Izuku offered to kiss it better, and when she nodded, he gave her a quick peck on the forehead, brightening her mood. As they approached the gym, they spotted 𝐻𝐻𝐽 standing outside with her arms crossed and a pout on her face. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 greeted her, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 turned her attention to them, asking what they were doing and inquiring about the creature around Izuku's neck. She also asked if 𝐻𝐻𝐽 would be returning to Ryukyu soon. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 asked her questions in rapid succession, and the two did their best to answer. Izuku introduced Hydra, who made a quick sound in response, while 𝐻𝐻𝐽 mentioned her upcoming work study and her longing to catch up on schoolwork first. They were there because Izuku had unlocked a new aspect of his quirk that allowed him to float. 𝐻𝐻𝐽's expression turned serious as she informed them that they wouldn't be able to use the gym for a while. Confused, Izuku asked why, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 opened the door to reveal the gym in disarray. Concerned, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 inquired about what had happened, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 explained that a group of second years had been practicing when one of them had injected themselves with a substance that caused their quirk to spiral out of control, resulting in the mess. Izuku asked how long it would take to fix the gym, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 replied that it would likely be about half a month since 𝐒𝐮𝐲 was busy with an investigation elsewhere. Disappointed, Izuku sighed, while 𝐻𝐻𝐽 suggested they could train outside or find another location. Izuku acknowledged the risks of training outside and the possibility that there might not be another place available on campus. Then 𝐻𝐻𝐽 proposed that they could work-study under Ryukyu, who had helped many students master their flying abilities. She pointed out her own success as a flyer thanks to Ryukyu's guidance. Izuku mentioned his plans to work-study with 𝐸𝐴DEVOR after catching up on schoolwork, but 𝐻𝐻𝐽 suggested he could temporarily switch to Ryukyu and then return once he had mastered the floating aspect of his quirk. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 asked if that was possible, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 confirmed that he would need to inform 𝐸𝐴DEVOR about the switch. Izuku recalled that he had expressed interest in continuing his work-study but hadn't made any commitments. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 encouraged him to call 𝐸𝐴DEVOR just in case. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 suggested they head back to the dorms, but Izuku proposed going for a walk to clear their heads. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 liked the idea, and they bid 𝐻𝐻𝐽 goodbye, who cheerfully wished them well. A few days later, Izuku learned that 𝐸𝐴DEVOR was back to work, so he called him to discuss the switch. 𝐸𝐴DEVOR, reviewing papers in his office, asked if Izuku wanted to learn under Ryukyu to control his new floating ability. Izuku confirmed that he intended to switch back to 𝐸𝐴DEVOR afterward. 𝐸𝐴DEVOR suggested that Izuku could learn to fly under him instead, but Izuku explained that while 𝐸𝐴DEVOR had experience teaching his sidekicks, they all had flame quirks. He believed Ryukyu would be better suited to teach him since she had experience with various quirk types. 𝐸𝐴DEVOR acknowledged Izuku's reasoning and agreed that while he could eventually help with float, it would take longer. Izuku asked if he could train under Ryukyu, and 𝐸𝐴DEVOR reiterated that the choice was his. He expected Izuku to return once he had mastered float. He mentioned that with Ryukyu as a mentor, she could help him secure a work-study position, and if not, he would assist in finding a solution. Izuku thanked 𝐸𝐴DEVOR for the advice and planned to speak with 𝐻𝐻𝐽. After a few weeks of catching up on schoolwork and hero training, Izuku, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, and Tsuyu stood outside the Ryukyu agency. Izuku gazed at the building in awe, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 commented on how cool it was. Upon entering, they were greeted by Ryukyu, who welcomed them back and acknowledged Izuku as a new addition to her agency. He bowed respectfully and thanked her for the opportunity. Ryukyu chuckled, stating that she was always looking for more sidekicks, and then instructed them to get changed as they had work to do. Ochako excitedly revealed her new hero costume to the other girls, who showered her with compliments. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 remarked on how amazing it looked and inquired about the change. Reflecting on her inspiration from Black WHP and her redesign of the helmet to resemble rabbit ears like Izuku's hood, Ochako smiled shyly and mentioned that she had a moment of inspiration. Tsu, with a knowing smile, understood where that inspiration had come from. Just then, Izuku arrived after changing, and Ochako turned to him, asking if he was ready. He gave her a thumbs up and replied affirmatively. Noticing his new gloves, she pointed them out, observing the changes. The white parts were now black, the green was replaced with red, and there were yellow rings around the wrists. The palms were purple, and the fingertips had purple pads with a yellow one in the center. Izuku explained that he needed new gloves because his old ones had been destroyed by his laser bullet quirk. Ryukyu asked about the color changes, and Izuku explained that the creators thought the new design looked cool. He demonstrated how the pads glowed purple, revealing that they were made of crystals that could withstand the lasers without damage. Ryukyu then decided it was time to start training, instructing Tsu to perform her basic quirk exercises and 𝐻𝐿𝐴 to practice her aim while she and Ochako helped Izuku figure out float. Ochako asked Izuku when he discovered this new ability. He shared that he felt something awaken in his quirk while on Nabu Island but hadn't tried using it until recently. Ochako added that he had discovered he could float, but then he humorously mentioned getting stuck on the ceiling. Ryukyu reassured him that everyone learns at their own pace, just as they learn to walk before they run. As they began training, Ryukyu encouraged Izuku to balance himself while floating. Ochako suggested he imagine floating in a calm pool of water. With her guidance, Izuku adjusted himself and soon felt more stable. They practiced movement together, and after a few minutes, Izuku gained a basic understanding of float. Ryukyu then clapped her hands, signaling the end of training and the start of patrol. Meanwhile, Katsuki was shaking his arm, feeling a flare of pain. Shoto inquired if he was all right, and Katsuki acknowledged the sting, explaining that he had overdone it in training that morning. Just then, Endeavor entered the changing room, asking if they were ready for patrol. Shoto nodded, and Katsuki followed suit, not wanting to lag behind. Elsewhere, two villains were fleeing from the wizard hero Majestic, who used his levitating rings quirk to pursue them. The villains, with their raptor-like mutations and skating abilities, thought they were escaping until they heard the pro shout for Creati. Momo appeared, using a capture gun she had created to fire nets that restrained the criminals. Majestic praised her shot as he landed beside her. Manuel observed 𝐻𝐿𝐴, who dropped into a chair, exhausted from running. He encouraged 𝐻𝐿𝐴 to take care of himself, sensing that he was pushing himself too hard. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 explained that he had been trying to increase his speed and had seen significant growth recently. Manuel suspected there was more to it, and 𝐻𝐿𝐴 mentioned that his friend Midoriya had also experienced significant growth. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 was searching for the right words when Manuel interrupted him, suggesting that 𝐻𝐿𝐴 felt happy for his friend but also like he was being left behind. Surprised, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 inquired how Manuel knew. The pro-hero explained that he had experienced similar feelings during his school days with a classmate named 𝐒𝐿𝐴, an incredible fighter whose quirk enhanced his perception and thoughts, making him a formidable hand-to-hand combatant. Manuel reminisced about their friendly rivalry, where they would try to outdo each other in class. However, one day, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 discovered how to accelerate his body using his quirk, leaving Manuel in his wake. Curious, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 asked if Manuel ever caught up to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Manuel nodded, sharing that he eventually did, but it wasn't solely due to hard training. He also learned to be more creative with his quirk and his environment. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 wondered if he should do something similar, and Manuel offered a mixed response. He acknowledged that everyone has weaknesses to overcome in order to grow stronger, which had helped him improve. However, he cautioned that what worked for him might not work for 𝐻𝐿𝐴, who would have to find his own path. As 𝐻𝐿𝐴 prepared to leave, he asked about 𝐒𝐿𝐴's hero name, curious if he was an underground hero. Manuel shook his head, revealing that a clock had been forced to retire early due to an injury that affected his quirk, and he hadn't heard much about him since. Tenya nodded in understanding, pondering whether a clock might have fallen victim to All for One. Meanwhile, Denki, Ciro, Mineta, and Ibra were running alongside the hero team known as the Lurkers, patrolling and assisting civilians as needed. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐽𝐻 encouraged the teens to keep up, motivating most of them, while Mineta grumbled in irritation. Elsewhere, Jiro and Shoji were aiding Gang Orca and his sidekicks in evacuating civilians from a disaster area, directing them to safety. Koda and Mongo were working under Wash, who was entertaining sick children at the hospital. Koda summoned animals for the kids to play with, Manga created sparkles and a light show, and Wash made bubbles that lifted the children into the air, joyfully exclaiming Wash. Mina, Yuga, and Toru were assisting Yoroi Musha with filing and sorting paperwork for his agency. Mina asked where a particular document should go, and Toru suggested it needed to go to accounting. Yuga confirmed that it was down the hall, and Mina thanked him as she headed off with the papers. On the other side of the city, Ojiro, Sato, Shishida, and Shoto were watching their chosen mentor, the lion hero Shishido, engaged in an arm wrestling match with the rabbit hero Miruko. Miruko playfully taunted Shishido, who growled in determination. The first years were captivated by the spectacle, with Shota losing track of time and asking how long it had been going on. Ojiro checked his phone and mentioned it had been about half an hour, prompting Sato to express disbelief at the length of the match. Shishida noted that it demonstrated their resilience, and when Shota asked if they should intervene, Sato questioned whether he actually wanted to. Shota decided against it, opting to continue watching the contest. Tokoyami soared through the air next to Hawks during their patrol. Hawks complimented Tokoyami on his flying skills, to which the Raven Boy nodded, while Dark Shadow chimed in, claiming to be the one doing the heavy lifting. Hawks apologized for forgetting that it was a partnership. To shift the conversation, he asked how it felt to have another sentient quirk in their class. Dark Shadow perked up, expressing excitement about having another quirk to interact with, even if Hydra wasn't as smart or talkative. Tokoyami agreed, noting the rarity of having another quirk with its own companion, and expressed happiness about being able to relate to someone else with a familiar. Suddenly, Hawks noticed trouble brewing and pointed it out. Tokoyami suggested they intercept the villain, and they prepared to swoop down and confront the threat. Meanwhile, Toga sighed heavily as she sifted through report after report, expressing her frustration. Spinner reminded her that they needed to ensure everything was ready for Shigaraki's return. Toga playfully stuck her tongue out and questioned why Dabi wasn't helping them, leaving Spinner without an answer, especially when Skeptic inquired about Dabi's whereabouts. Compress mentioned that someone had said something about visiting the doctor, though he wasn't entirely sure why. Toga pouted, expressing her frustration. She declared that if he didn't need to be there, she was leaving, slamming the papers down in the process. Spinner objected, insisting that she wasn't allowed to leave. Toga whined about wanting to see Oka and Aizu, prompting Compress to shake his head at her outburst. In a hushed tone, Redestro asked Spinner why Toga was so obsessed with those two. Spinner shrugged, admitting he didn't know, and then cleared his throat to assert that Toga was staying, and that was final. For a moment, Toga stared blankly at him, but then without warning she dashed out the door, proclaiming that no one could stop the power of love. Spinner exclaimed in exasperation, urging her to come back as he and Compress chased after her. Toga continued to run, shouting about love, while everyone else watched the scene unfold in bewilderment and amusement. Meanwhile, in the depths of Dr. Garaki's secret lab, the doctor observed the progress of his nomus when he received a message from Dabi, requesting a conversation. Hesitant due to a previous discussion, the doctor knew the flame villain wouldn't ask to talk unless it was important. He ordered the small Nomu, Johnny, to warp him to his lab, causing Dabi to appear from the black goo created by the Nomu. The doctor greeted Dabi, who looked annoyed and remarked on the unpleasantness of the warp quirk, questioning why the doctor hadn't made a copy of 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝗄𝐻𝐻. The doctor dismissed the comment, stating he had more important things to do than create an unnecessary copy of a difficult-to-use quirk, especially when he had made hundreds of copies of a simpler and equally effective one. As he glanced at some monitors, he urged 𝐬𝐵 to get on with what he wanted to say. 𝐬𝐵 pulled out his phone and mentioned it was about 9, showing a news article about the villain's apprehension. The doctor expressed disappointment that 9 had betrayed them, noting he could have been a useful asset had he accepted his place in the MSDR's grand plan. He then glanced at the pod holding Shigaraki and continued, assuring 𝐬𝐵 that, according to Tamura, the prototype had succumbed to his sickness and would likely die in jail. If not, he was confident that once they freed the MSTR, he would handle 9 swiftly. 𝐬𝐵 clarified that wasn't what he wanted to discuss. Noticing the doctor's confusion, he explained that the doctor had mentioned giving 9 an extra quirk to identify and locate different quirks. The doctor confirmed this, describing it as a versatile and useful sensory quirk. 𝐬𝐵, uninterested in the quirk's name, pointed out that it was clear 9 had used it to find quirks to steal for himself. He indicated a section of the article listing the people 9 had attacked, prompting the doctor to comment on the interesting selection of powerful and versatile quirks. 𝐬𝐵 then showed the doctor a video, asking why the quirks 9 had worked hard to obtain were now in the possession of the Green Kid. The doctor watched the footage of Izuku using the stolen quirks in silence for a moment before acknowledging 𝐬𝐵's concern. 𝐬𝐵 insisted he wasn't worried, he simply wanted to know how the kid acquired those quirks. The doctor's expression remained calm as he explained that All for One granted the user the ability to take and give quirks at will. 𝐬𝐵 interrupted, stating he already knew this, and the doctor continued, explaining that there were limitations to the quirk. The stronger a person's will, the harder it was to steal their quirk. Stockpile quirks were particularly difficult to take, and copy quirks were impossible to steal. 𝐬𝐵 pressed for information about the kid gaining the quirks. The doctor elaborated that, contrary to 9's belief, his will wasn't particularly strong, and due to his condition, All for One couldn't steal stockpile quirks. He pointed out that Izuku had a strong will, and since his quirk was a stockpiler, 9 not only couldn't steal his quirk, but Izuku's quirk could also take the ones 9 had. The doctor reassured 𝐬𝐵 that Shigaraki's will was stronger than 9's, as was Izuku's, so if Shigaraki decided to, he could easily SRP the boy of his quirk. 𝐬𝐵 regarded him with an unimpressed look, stating he wasn't worried, just seeking answers. The doctor sighed, indicating that 𝐬𝐵 had received his answers and could leave. 𝐬𝐵 responded nonchalantly, asking to be sent back. Johnny soon transported him back to the PLF space. Once 𝐬𝐵 was gone, the doctor let out a sigh of relief that the conversation was over and resumed his work, unconcerned about the current user of One for All possessing 5 additional quirks or whether Shigaraki could stop him. After all, despite some minor hiccups, everything was still going according to plan. Meanwhile, Ryukyu soared above the city, the wind blowing strongly across the clear blue skies as she flew. By her side, Ochako, 𝐻𝐿, and Izuku flew alongside her, while Tsuyu rode on her back. She scanned the surroundings, searching for any signs of trouble. Ryukyu asked Izuku, who shook his head, indicating that there was nothing out of the ordinary. He believed the individuals they had encountered the previous day were the last in the area. Ryukyu reminded him to keep scanning, emphasizing the need for caution with the Yakuza. For the past 2 weeks, the Ryukyu agency had been encountering remnants of the Yakuza, even though Overhaul's group had been systematically dismantled. Some fragments of the criminal organization were still in hiding or on the run, and since Izuku began working with the agency, they had been encountering these remnants more frequently. Ryukyu inquired again if he had found anything, but Izuku shook his head, confirming he had not. As he continued to use his danger scanning ability, 𝐻𝐿, wanting to spark a conversation, asked if it was true that he could combine his quirks. Izuku nodded, and Ochako added that thanks to the capabilities of his quirk and the new abilities he had acquired, he could create unique effects when combining them. Tsu chimed in, recalling some of the combinations Izuku had used during their heroic lessons, mentioning names like Laser Dragon, Eldritch Dragon, Laser Barrier, Black Chain, and Healing Barrier. Curious, Ryukyu asked about the Laser Dragon and Eldritch Dragon combinations. Ochako explained that these were 2 of Izuku's strongest combinations, at least until he developed new ones. Izuku then interrupted, stating he thought he had detected something. Ryukyu turned her attention to him, asking what it was. Izuku explained that he had sensed a group of people on the outskirts of the city, which was triggering his danger scanning. 𝐬𝐮 expressed uncertainty, suggesting it might not be serious, but 𝐻𝐼𝐻 insisted they could never be too careful. Ryukyu agreed, stating they should investigate. As they approached the location where the group was situated, the sun began to set, casting shadows over the area. To avoid drawing attention, Ryukyu landed and transformed back into her human form as they neared what appeared to be an old scrapyard. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 questioned if this was the right place, and Izuku nodded, his danger senses heightened. Ochako asked if they should just go in, but Ryukyu shook her head, explaining they couldn't rush in without a plan. 𝐬𝐮 suggested she could camouflage herself to investigate, but Izuku warned that some of the individuals might have quirks that could detect her presence, indicating she would need backup if discovered. He then had a thoughtful look, suggesting he knew exactly who could help. After some quick preparations, 𝐬𝐮, now camouflaged, sneaked into the scrapyard. Initially, the place seemed abandoned, but as she ventured further, she noticed signs of recent activity, such as items used for quirk practice, fresh cigarette butts scattered around, and footprints leading deeper into the area. After reporting her findings through her earpiece, she decided to follow the footprints to see where they led. Following the trail, she discovered what appeared to be a base of operations with a large group of individuals inside. 𝐬𝐮 whispered over the comms that she had found something, prompting Ryukyu to ask what she could see. 𝐬𝐮 confirmed that there was indeed a large group present and they were up to something. She then noticed 3 members of the group engaged in a heated discussion. 𝐬𝐮 decided to investigate further, moving closer to hear their conversation. One of the women firmly stated that they would not join the League of Villains, while a man with green and red hair pointed out that they were now called the 𝐴𝐿F. The woman dismissed the name change, expressing her disdain for the group, citing their betrayal of Overhaul and the fracturing of their organization. The man crossed his arms, arguing that they had no choice, as other Yakuza groups had gone underground, leaving them cut off. He warned that they were running out of their supplies of trigger and needed to unite with another villain organization to survive. The third member, a large man with a griffin mutation quirk, sniffed the air suspiciously, expressing his agreement but cautioning against the 𝐴𝐿F. 𝐬𝐮 whispered to her teammates, confirming they had found the source of their Yakuza problem. Ochako commented that it seemed the group was on their last leg. The green and red-haired man then brought up 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻, mentioning Overhaul's interest in working with Flecked Turn. The woman, her hair shifting from black to purple, vehemently refused, expressing both hatred and fear towards the organization. 𝐬𝐮 asked for clarification about 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻, and Izuku explained that it was a religious organization that believed in the quirk doomsday theory and was suspected of multiple crimes across Europe. Ryukyu noted that 𝐬𝐮 was carefully climbing on top of a pile of cars to hear the Yakuza better. The red and green-haired man continued, stating that their only remaining options were the local bike gang, the Crazy Diamonds, or the Creature Rejection Clan. This caused the Griffin man to snarl in anger, while his comrade, filled with fear, crawled back, insisting he was not suggesting they actually join those groups. Suddenly, the Griffin man halted, sniffing the air before declaring that he sensed something unusual. The woman expressed frustration, believing they had driven out all the intruders. The Griffin man then grabbed a nearby pot of soup, insisting that it was not the kind of rat he was referring to. He threw the pot, causing its contents to splash onto 𝐬𝐮 and revealing her presence to the group. One of the other members of the group shouted while a woman commanded them to eliminate their target. Her hair grew longer, transforming into bladed energy weapons. 𝐬𝐮, realizing she had been discovered, dropped her camouflage and attempted to escape while trying to loosen her glove. However, she was abruptly stopped when a griffin flew up and slammed into her, pinning her against a wall. The griffin declared that there would be no witnesses as he raised his taloned hand, ready to strike. Suddenly, a stream of violet smoke erupted from 𝐬𝐮's glove, sending the Yakuza flying back. The rest of the group charged toward her but halted as the smoke expanded, eventually taking the form of a giant snake. Initially, the Yakuza stepped back in fear but quickly charged forward as the smoke snake hissed and rushed to confront them, sending several members flying with its tail and grabbing others in its mouth to throw them at their comrades. Seizing the opportunity, 𝐬𝐮 got back up and ascended to higher ground while the snake continued to battle. However, the woman with the energy hair quirk noticed 𝐬𝐮's movement and prepared to stop her when a mighty roar echoed through the air. Looking up, they saw the dragon heroine Ryukyu soaring toward them in her dragon form, accompanied by 𝐻𝐼𝐻, 𝐻𝐼𝐻, and Izuku, all ready to join the fight as they landed and engaged the Yakuza. Upon landing, Izuku summoned more smoke snakes that followed the lead of the first one in battling the Yakuza. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 unleashed her golden spirals, sending several gang members flying, while 𝐻𝐼𝐻 utilized her martial arts and quirk to quickly incapacitate more foes. Ryukyu, in her dragon form, also took down several opponents. Many Yakuza began using trigger to enhance their quirks, while others pulled out support items to synergize with their abilities. One man with red and green hair decided he had enough and took off, declaring his retreat. The woman shouted at him, calling him a coward as she clashed with 𝐻𝐼𝐻, their energy-based quirks colliding. Ryukyu ordered 𝐻𝐼𝐻 to intercept the fleeing man before he could escape. The Griffin, recovering from his crash, spotted Izuku and his anger flared. He recognized Izuku as the boy who had defeated Overhaul and blamed him for the Yakuza's current predicament. Knowing that despite his enhanced strength, he would not match Izuku, he followed his comrade's lead and injected himself with 2 vials of trigger. The drag transformed him, making him larger, stronger, and faster as he charged at Izuku. However, thanks to his danger scanning ability, Izuku quickly used float to evade the rampaging Griffin, who continued to pursue him. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐼𝐻 chased the flying villain over the city. His quirk granted him true flight, allowing him to stay just out of her reach. He taunted her, claiming she was wasting her time. Undeterred, 𝐻𝐼𝐻 pressed on, infuriating the man as he attempted to lose her by flying over busy areas and through tight spots. As she began to catch up, he executed a maneuver that sent him flying in the opposite direction, past 𝐻𝐼𝐻, who continued on her path. Confident in his escape, he shouted his victory, unaware of 𝐻𝐼𝐻 firing cables toward nearby buildings. She used them to slingshot herself at incredible speeds, crashing into him and sending them both tumbling into a nearby warehouse. Quickly recovering, they began to fight. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 used debris to throw at him, but he retaliated by shooting bullets from his hands. In response, she utilized her quirk on a manhole cover, using it as a shield as she charged at him, knocking him back. He attempted to fly away, but 𝐻𝐼𝐻 shot a cable at him, making him weightless before sending him crashing into a stack of old crates, knocking him out and ending the fight as she pulled out some quirk erasing cuffs. Back at the scrapyard, Izuku's battle with the Griffin raged on. Still 𝐴 float, he had to be cautious not to overexert one for all's power, or he would be sent flying by its sheer force. He focused on using laser bullet and black WHP, but the Griffin, enhanced by trigger, was able to fly faster and hit harder than Izuku's attacks. Soon enough, the Griffin rushed toward him, forcing Izuku to dodge several slashes and punches. He attempted to summon a barrier, but the Griffin managed to send him flying back toward a machine designed to crush metal. Just before impact, he heard Counter-Strike's voice in his head, urging him to quickly summon several hand-sized barriers and compress them together. Following her instructions, he summoned the barriers and felt energy building within them. He then held his hand forward and prepared to release them. She instructed, and as she did, the barriers unleashed a powerful blast of air that sent him flying away from the machine and toward his attacker. Not missing the opportunity, he sent out a tendril of black WHP to grab him, using the momentum along with the first gear of gear shift, a small amount of 𝐻𝐼𝐻, and 35% of full cowling to slam into him and drive him into the ground. Before the man could recover, Izuku delivered a Detroit smash directly to his face, sending him crashing into a pile of scrap and knocking him out. Izuku then utilized his new air blast technique to rush forward and assist Ryukyu and 𝐬𝐮 against the 2 dinosaur villains. He kicked the first in the stomach, allowing 𝐬𝐮 to follow up with a kick to his face, sending him crashing into his twin. 2 of the smoke snakes seized the opportunity to coil around the 2, trapping them just as 𝐻𝐼𝐻 had overpowered the woman she had been fighting and knocked her out, collapsing from quirk overuse. The remaining Yakuza attempted one last desperate effort to defeat the heroes but were easily subdued by Ryukyu and the remaining smoke snakes, who swatted them aside like insects, bringing the fight to an end. After the villains were arrested and handed over to the police, the heroes returned to the agency to rest and recover from the ordeal. Ochako slumped onto a couch, exclaiming how intense the fight had been. Tsu joined her on another couch, with Izuku sitting next to Ochako and 𝐻𝐿𝐴 on a nearby seat. Izuku expressed disbelief at having found the base of the city's Yakuza group, while 𝐻𝐿𝐴 remarked that they should be grateful the villains were on their last legs when they arrived. Feeling the call of sleep, she mustered her remaining energy to ask 2 questions about how Ochako had stopped the flying villain and what new move Izuku had used. Ochako explained how she had slingshot herself into the villain, cornering him in a warehouse and using her surroundings to defeat him. Tsu responded with excitement, while Izuku jokingly asked if he could use that move. Ochako teased him in return, suggesting he share details about his new move first. Izuku explained that he wasn't entirely sure what he had done but believed he had mimicked an ability from the crawler's quirk using air barrier. Curious, Ochako asked who the crawler was, and Ryukyu entered the room to clarify that he was a vigilante known for saving several lives a couple of years ago. Tsu, feeling tired, noted that this was likely why she hadn't heard of him. Ryukyu sat with them, expressing her pride in their performance that day but reminding them that they were not off the hook for tomorrow, urging them to rest and prepare for whatever awaited them. Everyone nodded, pondering what challenges lay ahead. Shoto Todoroki reflected on his quirk, half hot half cold, a unique ability that allowed him to generate fire and ice from his body. For a long time he had resisted using the fire half, but now he was mastering it, almost reaching the same level of control he had with ice. Frustrated, he wondered why he couldn't combine both elements. Each time he tried, he felt a surge of energy that abruptly faded, leaving him in pain. He questioned what he was doing wrong. Although he had been training for a year, he had nearly mastered his fire, which he reminded himself belonged to him, not just his father. With a sigh of annoyance, he shook off the thoughts and refocused, determined to push himself further as a UA student expected to go plus ultra. Meanwhile, Ochako was preparing for bed when she noticed Izuku still training in the agency's quirk gym. Waves of full cowling radiated from him as he rapidly punched and kicked a specialized punching bag. She called out to him, asking if he was still training. Izuku replied that he wanted to squeeze in a few more hours before bed. Concerned, Ochako questioned whether he was tired, reminding him that while his diet provided stamina, he might be overdoing it. Izuku shook his head, insisting he still had plenty of energy and wouldn't run out anytime soon. Ochako looked puzzled and asked how that was possible. He placed a hand on her shoulder, feeling the rejuvenating energy of cell activation flow through her. Realizing that cell activation did more than just heal, she smacked her forehead lightly, understanding that he was using it to boost his energy during training. Izuku explained that the extra stamina allowed him to train without slowing down, and the healing aspect helped him recover and grow his muscle fibers faster than they wore down. Ochako noted that this would enable him to increase his strength at a faster rate and recognized that since he was using full cowling, it would also help him improve his percentage with it. Izuku confirmed that it was also assisting his body in adapting to gear shift, gesturing to the shifting aura around him. Ochako felt a surge of curiosity as she listened to Izuku explain his progress. He mentioned that he was currently at 38% with full cowling and could now use second gear without issue, striving to reach 40% while continuing his studies. An idea sparked in Ochako's mind, and she expressed her longing to transform her classmates into powerful allies, flexing her arms playfully. Izuku chuckled and assured her that he could help, revealing that he had been eager to test a new combination he had been working on. Intrigued, Ochako asked about the combination. Izuku closed his eyes, focusing as he explained that it involved smokescreen, black whip, and cell activation, resulting in a fully controllable healing cloud. He summoned a dark green cloud from his hand, directing it to float over to Ochako, wrapping around her arm and initiating a surge of energy that boosted her stamina. Impressed, Ochako complimented his clever use of quirks, while Izuku created another cloud around his arm and inquired if she needed a spotter. She nodded in response. As Ochako lifted weights, Izuku stood beside her, doing the same with his own set. She asked about his extended family, referring to the vestiges. Izuku explained that he could now contact them more easily and had even spoken to one of them during a recent incident, which helped him learn a new technique. Ochako was curious about how he managed to communicate with them amidst the chaos, and Izuku clarified that his rapid development allowed them to communicate directly in his mind. Concerned, Ochako asked if it hurt, to which Izuku replied that it was beneficial, especially for asking questions on the fly. Nodding, Ochako resumed her workout before teasingly asking if Nana was still upset with him. Izuku, slightly embarrassed, explained that after training with Float, she had forgiven him and was now providing helpful tips. He smiled appreciatively, noting that with her guidance, he could now use Float without issue. Ochako joked about needing more praise, and their laughter filled the air. Meanwhile, in the vestige world, the vestiges observed the interactions between the two with smiles, enjoying the development of their characters and the light-hearted moments shared. Izuku was engaged in a sparring session with 𝐻𝐻𝐿, skillfully dodging her attacks by flying out of the way. Instead of relying solely on Float, he utilized his new air blaster technique to propel himself forward, firing powerful blasts to increase his speed. He had been practicing this technique, drawing inspiration from how others used their quirks to fly, as well as from his own interests in superhero media. As he dodged another blast from 𝐻𝐻𝐿, she encouraged him not to get distracted. Grateful for her support, Izuku thanked her for helping him practice. He redirected her beams with a weak laser bullet while charging up a powerful air blast. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 continued her assault, reminding him that helping him was the reason she had invited him to train. Izuku sent out several black dragons to slow her down, acknowledging that she was also curious about his new quirks and his relationship with Ochako. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 expressed her wish that they had met sooner, while Izuku reciprocated her sentiment, appreciating their friendship along with Togata and Amajiki. As they got closer, they unleashed their attacks simultaneously, resulting in a powerful clash that sent them both flying back before they regained their balance in midair. Their sparring session was interrupted by an alarm signaling its end. As they descended, they were met with applause from Ryukyu and her sidekicks. She praised their performance, noting 𝐻𝐻𝐿's significant improvement with her quirk and commending Izuku's rapid development with Float and the air blaster technique. Izuku, surprised by the compliment, sought confirmation from 𝐻𝐻𝐿, who assured him of his progress. Ryukyu informed them that they would be patrolling together that day, and the two nodded in agreement, preparing for their next task. Meanwhile, Aizawa sat in the teacher's lounge, reviewing documents while sipping his coffee. All Might entered, engaged in a phone conversation, confirming details about an upcoming expo. All Might said goodbye to Melissa before hanging up. He then noticed Aizawa and greeted him, asking how work was going. In response, the tired man remarked that it was a bit too quiet for his tastes. All Might smirked, thinking Aizawa would appreciate the peace. Aizawa rolled his eyes, insisting he was serious about the unusual calm. All Might's smile faded as he agreed, noting that ever since the two Nomu attacks, the League of Villains had been suspiciously quiet. Aizawa asked if All Might thought they were up to something, and All Might nodded, expressing his concern that something significant was on the horizon, though he didn't know what or when. The conversation shifted as Principal Nizu entered, holding a tablet. All Might greeted him, and Nizu apologized for interrupting, adding that he wanted to contribute to the discussion. All Might acknowledged Nizu's curiosity, while Aizawa pointed out that if they wanted privacy, they would have gone to a private office. Nizu nodded in agreement before mentioning that the Hero Public Safety Commission had ordered all Hero Corps students, regardless of their year, to participate in work studies. Aizawa shrugged, noting that all UA Hero Corps students were already following that order. All Might questioned the reasoning behind the order, and Nizu speculated that it might be an attempt to manage the growing crime rate due to All Might's retirement or perhaps a preparation for something more significant. A few days later, Ryukyu, Izuku, and Tsu returned from their final patrol of the day. Izuku held a bag of chips for Hydra, prompting Ryukyu to ask why he fed the creature. Izuku explained that Hydra liked to eat, and if he didn't share his food, Hydra would become grouchy. Tsu found this relatable, and Ryukyu joked about hoping her fellow dragon wouldn't cause too much trouble when they left. Izuku reassured them that Hydra was a good boy. As they entered the break room, Ochako greeted them, excitedly pointing out that Todoroki and Bakugo were on TV. Curious, they joined her to watch. Everything seemed normal with their friends alongside Endeavor and others, until a man in an exotic outfit turned to face the camera. His quirk, smile, took effect, causing everyone in the room, including Hydra, to burst into uncontrollable laughter. The TV then switched to a news report. A reporter, looking serious, informed viewers that the city of New Latveria had fallen victim to a terrorist attack. Footage of the incident showed an explosion in the subway system, releasing a thick green gas that amplified the quirks of those caught in it, leading to chaos. Images of heroes and civilians struggling to control their powers flashed across the screen. The reporter continued, stating that over 1,000 people had been confirmed dead, with many more injured or in critical condition. She expressed her sorrow, noting that this was the largest recorded act of terrorism since the early days of Quirks. While the identity of the perpetrators was still unknown, the World Health Organization was investigating. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and a man with blue skin, dressed in white robes, appeared. He introduced himself as 𝐒𝐿, leader of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵. He claimed that the world governments had allowed the disease of quirks to persist, leading to an impending quirk doomsday. He stated that since the governments were unwilling to act, they would take matters into their own hands to save humanity from this sickness. Behind him, screens displayed strange box-like devices as he declared their intention to eliminate those who possessed quirks. He raised a dagger, proclaiming it would be their holy weapon in the fight for humanity's salvation. The feed soon cut off, causing the screen to fade to dark. Above Atheon, the cargo bay doors of a large plane opened to reveal a task force of professional heroes and student trainees. The students wore black stealth variants of their hero costumes, hoods pulled up. Once the doors were fully open, the heroes jumped out, free-falling toward 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵's main headquarters. As they approached, they used their quirks to slow their descent or change course, beginning their raid. Seeing this, the members of the terrorist group standing guard charged forward. Those without quirks used automatic weapons, while those with quirks unleashed their powers. In retaliation, the heroes quickly and methodically incapacitated the guards outside. Endeavor, Katsuki, Shoto, and several other heroes swiftly took down the ones with quirks, with fire, ice, explosions, energy blasts, and musical notes filling the air. Izuku used his airboard technique to carry 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and one of her sidekicks as they flew around, destroying the guards' weapons before rushing toward the entrance of the main building. Inside, the members of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵 took strategic positions. Those with long-range capabilities aimed their quirks and weapons from the balconies, while those with melee weapons and short-range quirks stood closer to the entrance, believing they were prepared for anything. That belief shattered when Endeavor, riding on a smoke snake, burst in like a pair of demons emerging from the depths, fire engulfing his body. Japan's #1 hero shouted for the heroes to take them down, and without hesitation, chaos erupted as the heroes engaged the terrorists. Some might call it overkill, and those who made a living defaming heroes might label it a massacre, but given the millions of lives at stake, it was deemed necessary. As the battle raged on, Endeavor issued orders. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐵 and Izuku were tasked with searching for bombs while he and the others dealt with the terrorists. The two acknowledged their orders, with Izuku using his scanning abilities and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴 employing her quirk to scan the building. Meanwhile, the heroes continued to battle the terrorist organization. Across the globe, multiple task forces of heroes systematically raided each of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵's locations, supervised by a mix of members from the World Hero Organization and several retired heroes, including 𝐿, who was currently communicating with the New York branch. 𝐿 expressed concern when visuals were lost, asking what was happening. Big Red reassured him that they were fine, explaining that one of the terrorists' quirks had interfered with the cameras. 𝐿 inquired about the capture of terrorists and the location of bombs. Hawks quickly responded that there were no bombs, but all members at their location had been captured. One of the operators reported that the New York branch found no bombs either, and another confirmed the same for Paris. One by one, each group reported back with the same outcome. They had successfully captured members of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐼's at 25 locations but could not locate any bombs. When it was Endeavor's group's turn to report, All Might asked if they had found any bombs. Endeavor, frustrated, replied that there were no bombs there either, nor was 𝐸𝐿's turn. A moment of silence followed before a member of the World Hero Organization stated that they were sending a pickup for the terrorists. Once in military custody, all heroes were to return to their local agencies and await further instructions. Although a significant number of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐼's members were out of the picture, the conflict continued until the bombs and 𝐸𝐿's turn were found, unaware that someone was currently on the run from the terrorist organization with the key to stop this. Several hours later, on the outskirts of Otheon's capital city, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 stepped out of his shanty home, telling his two siblings, Roro and Lala, that he would be back later and to stay out of trouble. The small bird, Pino, followed him as he made his way to the local bar. Along the way, he overheard multiple conversations about the recent attacks and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐼's declaration. Hearing about the group caused him to scowl slightly, but he ignored it and focused on reaching the bar. Upon entering, the owner, 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱, told him to go home. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 responded, asking why he couldn't even get a hello. 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱, knowing why 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was there, firmly stated that the answer was no. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 pleaded, explaining that he needed the money and that 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱 knew people who needed manpower. 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱 shook his head, revealing that he only had one job available, and it was not one 𝐻𝐻𝐿 would want to do. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 insisted that he would do whatever it was. Frustrated, 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱 warned him that the people involved didn't mess around and that if he screwed up, they would destroy him. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 jokingly reminded 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱 that he had only messed up on one job a long time ago. Reluctantly, 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱 pulled out a burner phone and handed it to 𝐻𝐻𝐿, instructing him to follow the instructions on the phone and not to mess up. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 nodded in understanding, and as he was leaving, 𝐶𝐮𝐿𝐱 wished him good luck. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 confidently replied that he didn't need luck when he had skill before exiting the bar. Meanwhile, Katsuki, Shoto, and Izuku were carrying groceries. Katsuki expressed his frustration, stating that the agency needed supplies and everyone else was busy. Shoto reminded him that it was voluntary, and Izuku added that he didn't have to come. Katsuki merely grumbled, and Shoto changed the subject, asking what they thought about the stealth variants of their costumes. Katsuki mentioned that he liked the gauntlets on his costume but wasn't fond of the hood. Izuku shared that he really liked his, finding it super comfortable and enjoying the colors, though he noted that the shoes were a bit tight. Shoto remarked that the design was amazing and comfortable, suggesting that if he didn't already have his current costume, he would choose the stealth variant instead. His fellow first years nodded in agreement, with Katsuki questioning whether the others might have received their own variations. Izuku began to respond, but his words were interrupted when two villains burst out of a jewelry store, one of them carrying a case full of stolen goods. The three first years immediately dropped what they were holding and rushed to confront the villains. Izuku intended to use his black WHP to stop one of them, but was interrupted when Hydra appeared, charging at the man and playfully tossing him aside as if he were a toy. Shoto commented on the unexpected turn of events while the other villain, frightened by the display, fled with the case. The three boys pursued him, with Izuku explaining that Hydra was cranky because their snack time would be delayed. Katsuki laughed as they chased after the man, who was using his wind generation quirk to navigate through several alleyways in an attempt to escape. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, following the instructions from his phone, waited in an alley for a briefcase to appear, which he was to deliver to a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. As the robber rushed past, creating a gust of wind, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was knocked back by the force, while the three first years continued their pursuit. The robber attempted to destabilize the brick walls with his quirk, but Shoto countered by summoning a wall of ice to block his path. Katsuki then unleashed a powerful explosion that incapacitated the villain. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, looking around frantically for the case, spotted it hidden behind a trash can. Just as he picked it up and prepared to leave, he turned to find Shoto and Katsuki watching him with unimpressed expressions, while Izuku cuffed the downed robber. Stammering an explanation, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 decided to make a run for it, igniting another chase through the city. Pino, perched on 𝐻𝐻𝐿's shoulder, held on tightly as they sped through the streets. Although the 3 first years had speed and experience on their side, 𝗏𝗏's skill and knowledge of the area kept him just ahead. Meanwhile, on a nearby freeway, a man drove his car as fast yet carefully as possible, a briefcase containing crucial information beside him. As he sped past another vehicle, he noticed someone on a motorcycle tailing him. In an attempt to shake them off, he swerved, but the archer following him unleashed a barrage of arrows. The man cursed under his breath, recognizing the archer as 𝗏𝗏𝗏's brainwashed companion. He maneuvered to avoid the attack, but the arrows struck his car, puncturing a tire and shattering a window. The vehicle spun out of control, crashing off the highway and landing near where Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto were chasing 𝗏𝗏. Thanks to his danger senses, Izuku sensed the impending threat and looked up just in time to see the car plummeting. Without hesitation, he summoned several smoke snakes to clear civilians out of the way, including 𝗏𝗏, who dropped the case in the process. Katsuki fired concentrated explosions to disintegrate any falling debris. When the car hit the ground, pieces of it and its cargo scattered everywhere. Despite his injuries, the driver struggled to exit the vehicle in search of his case. Izuku and Shoto rushed to assist him while 𝗏𝗏 seized the opportunity to grab his case and flee, with Katsuki hot on his heels. Shoto helped steady the injured man as Izuku activated his healing ability. The man insisted he needed to find his case and deliver it before it was too late. Just then, Izuku's danger sense flared again, prompting him to raise a barrier to block a volley of arrows from Barrows. Shoto inquired about the identity of the attacker, and the man revealed that Barrows was after the case. As Izuku summoned Black WHPS and commanded the smoke snakes, he asked why she was pursuing it. The man explained that Barrows was a member of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and that the case contained the key to thwarting their plans. This revelation shocked the boys, but they quickly focused on stopping Barrows, who skillfully evaded their attacks while returning fire. One of the smoke snakes lunged at her, but she deftly dodged it. Noticing the case, she made a dash for it, only to be intercepted by Izuku, who sent a black 𝗏𝗏 flying toward her. The WHP struck her, sending her crashing into a wall and rendering her unconscious. Shoto expressed surprise at Izuku's accuracy, to which Izuku admitted he had intended to do that, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, the man rushed to retrieve the case, only to discover it was filled with diamonds, rubies, and gems, realizing that it was not the right one. Shoto directed his attention toward the path where 𝗏𝗏 and Katsuki had rushed off. The man expressed urgency, stating the need to retrieve something important. Izuku reassured him, promising that they would recover the case. Shoto added that they needed to call for backup. If they lost track of the suspect, they would require all available assistance. The man nodded in understanding as Izuku wrapped a black WHP around himself, Shoto, and Barrows before they all took off, using danger scanning to locate the 2 boys. 𝗏𝗏 was employing every skill and trick he had to evade Katsuki, who was relentless in his pursuit. The explosions Katsuki created propelled him forward at incredible speeds, leaving 𝗏𝗏 baffled by his ability to stay ahead. Spotting a subway station entrance, 𝗏𝗏 took a chance and dashed for it, with Katsuki close behind. As he noticed a train preparing to depart, Katsuki pushed himself to keep up, but his injured arm began to flare up, allowing 𝗏𝗏 to board the train just as the doors closed. Katsuki began to follow the train, frustration mounting as he struggled to keep pace. Just when he felt he might lose it, a tendril of black energy grasped him, pulling him and everyone he was carrying onto the top of the train. Izuku checked on him, asking if he was all right. Katsuki replied that he was fine but needed to rest his arm. Noticing the man and Barrows with them, he inquired about their identities. The man introduced himself as Alan K, prompting Katsuki to question their presence. Shoto quickly filled Katsuki in on the situation, explaining that they needed to take down the adversary, retrieve the case, and return to the agency. Alan interjected, clarifying that they required someone to help access the key and needed to find that person before proceeding. Shoto pressed for details, but Alan urged them to focus on recovering the case for now. Everyone nodded as the train continued its journey. Once 𝗏𝗏 was certain he was no longer being followed, he cautiously exited at the next stop, looking around. He expressed relief to Pino, who nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave the station, a Hydra appeared, blocking his path. Confused, he turned to find the heroes standing behind him. Attempting to remain calm, he explained that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. 𝗀𝗘 interrupted, holding up the case containing the gems and indicating that 𝗀𝐷 had dropped something. Opening the case, 𝗀𝐷 discovered only ordinary office supplies. Realizing he was in trouble, he panicked and claimed he was merely doing a DIY job, unaware it was illegal. Katsuki approached him, demanding he save his excuses for the authorities and hand over the case. Alan intervened, revealing that he had been searching for 𝗀𝐷, who was 𝐻𝐻𝐷's son. Hearing his father's name caused 𝗀𝐷's eyes to narrow, and he responded with anger, acknowledging 𝐻𝐻𝐷's abandonment of him and his siblings to join 𝗲𝗏. Alan shook his head, insisting that 𝐻𝐻𝐷 had not abandoned them but had been kidnapped. He explained that he, 𝐻𝐻𝐷, and several other scientists were forced to create trigger bombs under threat to their families. 𝗀𝐷, unsure of whether to believe Alan, expressed skepticism. Alan urged him to help complete his father's mission and save the world. 𝗀𝐷 hesitated, unsure of what to say. Sensing he needed a push, 𝗀𝗱 reminded him that he was in serious trouble for his actions but could potentially find a way out by assisting them. Realizing he had little choice, 𝗀𝐷 reluctantly agreed to help. Alan sighed in relief and turned to the 3 first years, suggesting they head back to the agency to move forward. As they prepared to exit the station, Izuku suddenly halted them. Katsuki, aware that Izuku wouldn't stop them without reason, asked what was wrong. Izuku's danger sense was blaring, indicating that the exit was surrounded. Outside, a large group of police awaited them. Typically, this would mean support for the heroes, but these officers were under the command of a 𝗲𝗏 agent. After losing contact with Barrows, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had ordered his operatives to eliminate Alan K and retrieve the case, with any heroes or civilians in the way considered expendable for the sake of humanity's salvation. Just as the agent was about to command the police to move in, the flaming figure of Endeavor and the elegant presence of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐴 appeared on the scene, commanding them to stand down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐴 ordered some of the police to lower their weapons, but the agent and several others still had theirs raised. Endeavor spoke with an authoritative tone, instructing the officer to lower his weapon. The agent, not backing down, insisted that they were interfering with a police matter and that as a foreign hero, Endeavor did not have the jurisdiction to give orders. Endeavor's eyes narrowed as he clarified that as a pro-hero currently working with the World Health Organization on an international mission, he had been granted the same level of authority as one of their agents. He held up the temporary badge given to him and commanded the officers to stand down. The remaining officers complied, and without their support, the agent reluctantly followed suit. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 then called for Izuku, 𝗀𝗱𝗏, Katsuki, 𝗀𝐷, and Alan to come out, assuring them it was safe. However, as soon as they were in the open, the agent pulled out his gun and shouted about the salvation of humanity before firing several shots toward Alan, 𝗀𝐷, and Katsuki. Just in time, Izuku created a barrier to block the bullets. Realizing his failure, the agent attempted to take his own life but was tackled by a nearby police officer who shouted for someone to get the gun. One of the officers managed to seize it as they restrained him. The police chief of Atheon informed 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 that Alan K had made contact with the heroes. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's expression remained unchanged as the chief explained through the monitor that one of their operatives had attempted to kill the traitor and failed, leading to the heroes becoming suspicious of the police. In response, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 stated that it was of little consequence and held up a ceremonial dagger with a button on its hilt, declaring that the great cleansing would begin as he pressed the button, causing a countdown to appear on a holographic screen. Back at the agency, Alan placed a case on the table and instructed everyone to open it to find the key. Katsuki opened it, revealing it to be filled with simple office supplies. Endeavor questioned if that was really the key, and Alan explained that 𝐻𝐻𝐷 had told him the key to stopping the bombs was hidden in the case, though he hadn't specified what it was. 𝗀𝗱𝗏 suggested there might be a secret message in the papers or that one of the pens could be a flash drive. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 shook her head, using her quirk to confirm that there was no secret message and that the pens were ordinary. Endeavor proposed the possibility of a hidden compartment in the case, prompting 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to search it further. After a moment, She discovered a small compartment in the front of the case and pulled something out. 𝗀𝗱 asked what it was, and Izuku speculated that it appeared to be some kind of puzzle game. Katsuki expressed his frustration, noting that the fate of the world was at stake while they were stuck playing games. 𝗀𝗱 recognized the puzzle and took it to solve it. Just as 𝗀𝗱 was about to ask a question, 𝗀𝗱 completed the puzzle and retrieved a high-tech flash drive. It began to glow purple, prompting Izuku to ask what was happening. Alan explained that it must be a biometric scanner, a final failsafe to protect whatever was on it. 𝗀𝗱 handed it back to 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, stating that his job was done. They quickly connected the drive to a computer and found hundreds of files. 𝗀𝗱 asked where to start, and their data analysis expert, Techno, suggested beginning with the last uploaded file and working their way down. As he clicked on the first file, a video began to play. A man introduced himself as 𝗂𝐿, one of the many scientists forced by 𝗂𝐮𝐼 to create the trigger bombs. 𝗀𝗱 watched in shock as 𝗂𝐿 explained that they had threatened to kill their families if they did not comply, and those who resisted faced dire consequences. 𝗂𝐿's voice was filled with regret as he revealed that he and several others had managed to implement a failsafe to stop the bombs. The video displayed coordinates and the layout of a bunker, explaining that the drive contained a code that would disarm the bombs once connected to 𝗂𝐮𝐼's main server, located in 𝗧𝗱𝗃 personal fortress on an island off the coast of Othn. 𝗂𝐿 pleaded for them to stop 𝗂𝗮𝐼 and save the world, and in a heartfelt moment, he addressed 𝗀𝗱, expressing his sorrow for failing him and his family, concluding with a loving message. As the pros reviewed the information on the drive, 𝗀𝗱 sank onto a nearby couch, his mind racing. For so long, he believed his father had abandoned their family to join 𝗂𝗮𝐼, and he had harbored resentment for something that was not his fault. Now, he was left unsure of how to feel. Izuku noticed his distress and sat beside him, offering him a drink, which 𝗀𝗱 gratefully accepted. After thoroughly examining the files and gathering the necessary information, the pros felt prepared. Techno announced that they now knew where to go and what needed to be done. 𝗀𝐿 nodded in agreement, ready to call for action, but was interrupted when one of her sidekicks rushed in, exclaiming that they had a problem. Endeavor observed as the sidekick turned on the TV, revealing 𝗧𝗱𝗃 broadcasting the locations of the bombs to the world, announcing they would detonate in 2 hours. Realizing the implications, Endeavor understood that 𝗧𝗱𝗃 was using the ensuing panic to distract them. 𝗀𝗃 then inquired about their next steps. Endeavor addressed everyone, stating they needed to split into 2 groups. He assigned 𝗀𝗃, Deku, 𝗂𝐿, 𝗀𝗱𝗃, 𝗬𝗏𝗡, and Pyro to head to the island to disable the bombs, while the rest would evacuate the city and locate the bomb there. Katsuki questioned how they would reach the island, and 𝗀𝗃𝐿 mentioned they had a helicopter, but their pilot was unavailable. 𝗀𝗱 stood up, offering to fly it. Endeavor, skeptical, asked if 𝗀𝗱 had a license. 𝗀𝗱 admitted he did not but had completed the tests and knew what to do. Acknowledging their limited options, Endeavor granted permission for 𝗀𝗱 to pilot the helicopter until the mission concluded, then ordered everyone to move out. Across multiple cities worldwide, panic ensued as people rushed to escape, leading to chaos and accidents that required the heroes' intervention, distracting them from locating the bombs. Despite this, the professionals and members of the WHO did everything possible to assist, all while 𝗧𝗱𝗃 monitored the situation from his screens. As 𝗀𝗱 piloted the helicopter toward the island, Izuku utilized cell activation to energize everyone for the challenges ahead. 𝗀𝗃 handed Izuku the key, instructing him to take it since he was the fastest. She emphasized that if they encountered anyone particularly formidable, he needed to run ahead while they held the enemy off. Izuku nodded, carefully securing the key in one of his pouches. 𝗀𝗃 expressed confidence that once the bombs were disabled, they could apprehend 𝗧𝗱𝗃 and end the crisis. Upon reaching the island, 𝗀𝗱 asked if he should get in close to drop them off. 𝗬𝗏𝗡 interrupted, stating they would fly the rest of the way, and 𝗀𝗱 should land safely and remain hidden until they finished. Katsuki opened the helicopter door and jumped out, followed by 𝗀𝗱𝗃 and Pyro. Izuku thanked 𝗀𝗱 for his help, and 𝗀𝗱 replied that they could thank him by saving the world. Izuku saluted before joining his team. 𝗬𝗏𝗡 transformed into a 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 while Pyro ignited a flame to fly, with the others using their own methods to follow. As they approached the fortress, members of 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 noticed them and took battle positions, some amplifying their quirks. Once the heroes were in range, the enemies began firing. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 declared it was time to act and transformed into a 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, crashing down on the attackers. As the others charged ahead, he shouted for them to go while he held off the enemies. Katsuki stayed back to assist, unleashing explosions to scatter the soldiers while 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 used his massive tail to knock them together. As the team neared the entrance, one guard created a giant metal ball that destabilized it. However, Izuku, using his superior speed and black WHP, managed to get himself and the others inside the fortress just before the entrance collapsed, while Katsuki and 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 worked together to defeat their opponents. Once inside, the heroes advanced deeper into the facility, swiftly taking down any guards and automatic turrets that obstructed their path. However, midway through, they encountered 𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐻's personal bodyguard, Leviathan, who had injected himself with trigger and now stood as a formidable obstacle. Recognizing the threat, Burnin jumped into his line of sight and unleashed a plume of fire at him, urging the others to move ahead. Izuku complied, but Shoto and Pyro refused to leave Burnin behind, with Pyro declaring they wouldn't abandon her to face such a foe. She launched a powerful blast of fire at Leviathan, while Shoto attempted to trap him in ice, though he was unsuccessful. Pyro insisted that whatever Leviathan was, he would be defeated, creating a massive fireball to throw at him. However, he sliced through it with strange red spear-like tendrils extending from his body. Outside, Katsuki and 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 finished off the remaining soldiers. Katsuki remarked that it hadn't been too difficult as he dropped a soldier he had knocked out. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 reminded him they weren't finished yet and suggested regrouping with the others. Just as they were about to leave, they heard the sound of rubble falling and turned to find two identical-looking men standing nearby. Katsuki questioned if they were clones, but 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 shook his head, noting they didn't smell the same and speculating they were twins. Katsuki demanded to know who they were, and the twins introduced themselves as the Serpenters, Aina and Dio. The two figures declared in unison before their lower arms transformed into WHP-like blades, asserting that they were the executioners. They charged forward aggressively. Izuku rushed through the facility, moving as quickly as he could until he reached an area resembling a vast library, church, and coliseum combined. However, since it wasn't the server room, he ignored it and attempted to proceed, only to leap back several feet when his danger sense triggered. He managed to evade several laser beams. A voice echoed from above, warning him that he was trespassing on sacred grounds. Looking up, Izuku saw 𝐸𝐿𝐻 gazing down from a stairwell, his expression neutral as he posed a question about whether Izuku sought redemption or aimed to stop the bombs. Izuku stood his ground, his danger sense still alert, and declared that he would only give 𝐸𝐻𝐻 one chance to deactivate the bombs. As 𝐸𝐻𝐻 descended the steps, he coldly replied that he would do no such thing, explaining that once the bombs were activated, they could not be stopped. The hundreds of books lining the walls vanished, replaced by multiple walls that concealed them. Holographic screens flickered to life around the room, each displaying members of 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 guarding the bombs. 𝐸𝐻𝐻 continued, stating that even if the heroes discovered the bombs, his loyal soldiers would protect them until detonation. He spoke of a great cleansing that would begin, claiming that all those with the disease, known as Quirks, would perish, while only those who contributed to this cause would survive to witness the new world. He offered Izuku a chance to be among the chosen survivors, suggesting that if he handed over whatever Dr. Soul had created to stop him, both he and his loved ones would be spared. Izuku narrowed his eyes, which glowed yellow, and firmly rejected the offer, preparing for battle. 𝐸𝐻𝐻 simply responded that it would be so. Expecting Izuku to rush at him, 𝐸𝐻𝐻 was surprised to see the boy instead searching for weaknesses. Unbeknownst to him, Izuku was using his scanning ability to analyze 𝐸𝐻𝐻's quirk and statistics. As 𝐸𝐻𝐻 removed his ceremonial robes to reveal a battle 𝐻𝐻, he charged forward, intent on quickly taking down Izuku. However, Izuku deftly jumped aside and raised his hand, activating the plates of his Air Force gloves. He unleashed his air blaster technique, firing multiple blasts of air at 𝐸𝐻𝐻. Instead of being knocked back, a swirling vortex of energy appeared behind 𝗏𝗏𝗏, causing the attack to bounce harmlessly off him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 taunted Izuku, claiming that his sickness reflected anything that came into contact with him, rendering Izuku's efforts futile. Aware of this due to his scanning, Izuku understood that there might be an exception or limit to 𝗏𝗏𝗏's quirk. Summoning a barrier, he blocked the man's punch and slid out of the way, attempting to use his black WHP and Hydra to ensnare him. However, they were repelled by 𝗏𝗏𝗏's quirk. In retaliation, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 activated hidden laser turrets, redirecting their fire towards Izuku. Yet, Izuku skillfully dodged some of the blasts while countering others with his laser bullet technique, causing his beams to strike the mirrors and hit several hidden turrets along with a control console. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's eye twitched momentarily before he remarked on Izuku's persistence, declaring that resistance was futile. Izuku smirked confidently and charged forward. Meanwhile, across various cities worldwide, many heroes had located the bombs, only to find them guarded by members of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. One such group, led by Ryukyu, fought alongside local heroes Titanbug and Norapanther against the terrorists to reach the bombs. As they battled, Tsuyu glanced up and noticed the nearby screens broadcasting the fight between Izuku and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. When the lasers struck the console, it began streaming the confrontation, and they were not the only ones watching. People all over the world were witnessing the events unfold. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu paused briefly to cheer for Izuku, urging him to succeed before resuming their search for the bombs. Inspired by his friend's determination, Tenya rallied himself to speed blitz his current opponents. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 transformed into a 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to evade the attacks from the twins, while Katsuki, drawing on his experience sparring with Izuku, managed to dodge their blades and counterattack. Instead of becoming frustrated, the twins seemed invigorated, laughing maniacally as they fought harder. Katsuki questioned their motives, incredulous that they would align with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who aimed to eradicate those with quirks. One of the twins explained that those who had redeemed themselves were spared from the purge, while the other added that those on the island had been redeemed for possessing the sickness. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 charged at one of the twins, pinning him to the ground, while Katsuki unleashed a blast that sent the other flying back. He shouted that they were merely cowards trying to survive and that they didn't truly believe in their cause. The twin he had sent flying began to transform, revealing more blades emerging from their arms and back, forcing the heroes to retreat as they proclaimed that they could access 𝗏𝗏𝗏's perfected trigger and eliminate anyone they wished, as long as they weren't quirkless. They began to unleash a whirlwind of destruction, making the battle increasingly difficult for the heroes. The three flame users were struggling as well. Leviathan absorbed their attacks and seemed to turn them against them. However, with three opponents, his focus was constantly divided, allowing them to stay one step ahead, but they couldn't afford to underestimate him for long. In the command center of the World Heroes Organization, All Might and the others were coordinating with the heroes to evacuate civilians and locate the bombs. When the broadcast of Izuku's fight with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 appeared, All Might immediately reached out to his young protege. He asked what was happening, and Izuku replied through his earpiece that he had a way to shut down the bombs, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was in his way. All Might, sensing the urgency, informed Izuku that his fight was being broadcasted to the world, allowing them to see everything that was happening. As Izuku dodged several lasers, he sent out 2 smoke tendrils to destroy the turrets firing at him. He needed to concentrate and couldn't talk right now. All Might understood but urged him to hurry, reminding him that there were only 50 minutes until the bombs would explode. Looking up at the countdown on the screen, Izuku cursed under his breath. He needed to reach the server room but couldn't risk being followed by 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who might destroy the key to prevent him from accessing it. He couldn't afford to go all out either, as he had to protect the key from being damaged. Just when he felt overwhelmed, Rhodey burst into the room. Initially, he had followed the hero's orders, but after some reflection and encouragement from Pino, he decided he couldn't stand idly by. He found a back entrance to the building and made his way down. Upon seeing Rhodey, Izuku rushed to shield him from a laser beam, instructing him to stay behind. Rhodey insisted that he was there to finish what his father had started and refused to leave. Izuku acknowledged Rhodey's determination and told him that he would be the one to finish this, while he focused on stopping 𝗏𝗏𝗏. As 𝗏𝗏𝗏 charged forward to grab 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Izuku dashed to the door on the opposite side of the room. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 attempted to reach them first, but Izuku was quicker, handing 𝗏𝗏𝗏 the key just in time. He shouted for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to go before slamming his fist into the wall, causing it to collapse and block the door. Using the distraction, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 sent Izuku flying back into a wall, commenting on his choice to seal himself in the room. With a serious expression, Izuku stood up and declared that he was not trapped with 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Rather, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was trapped with him. Combining his black WHP with laser bullets, Izuku created several laser WHPs and formed a smoke barrier around his arms and legs. The two began to clash again, and this time, Izuku didn't hold back. As they fought, Izuku continued to scan for information about 𝗏𝗏𝗏. He noted that his opponent had a strong physique and that his reflect quirk was powerful and versatile. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 used it to move and fight without expending much stamina, which was advantageous for him since he had limited stamina to begin with. Izuku realized that if he could tire 𝗏𝗏𝗏 out, he might gain the upper hand, but he needed a plan. Meanwhile, Katsuki barely dodged another attack from the twins, who had established a rhythm of keeping the heroes apart. They sent out wide-reaching attacks to separate them, focusing on one hero at a time. If one tried to assist the other, they would revert to their strategy of separation, which frustrated Katsuki. He had to keep his cool. The last time he let his anger take over, he had been defeated. He vowed not to fail again. For the trio confronting Leviathan, the situation was dire. He had forced them into an area with a large river, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 initially thought he could use this to their advantage. When Leviathan jumped into the water, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 froze it, only for the villain to break free and use the ice against them. Despite wielding both his mother's and father's powers, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 felt weak and inadequate, especially when the world needed him to be strong. Izuku's fight with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was becoming more balanced, but it was clear that his opponent wasn't going down easily. As they clashed, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 calmly stated that Izuku was only delaying the inevitable. In an attempt to stall him, Izuku demanded to know why 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was doing this. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 spoke with a calm voice, but something about it felt off to Izuku. He gestured to himself as he continued, explaining the pain Quirks had caused him. He described how his sickness repelled everything that came into contact with him, leaving him unable to be held or comforted by his parents, unable to make friends, and unable to find love. He expressed his suffering and loneliness, claiming he would cleanse the world of quirks so that pure humans could live without pain. Despite the gravity of his words, Izuku sensed something was amiss. Izuku's instincts were confirmed when he heard the voice of the third user in his head, prompting him to question what he meant. The vestige appeared beside him, urging Izuku to observe 𝗏𝗏𝗏 closely. As Izuku scrutinized him, everything appeared normal, yet he realized the truth. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 then asked if Izuku regretted his choices, stating it was too late for him. He declared that Izuku would be cleansed from the world for the sake of pure humans. Izuku stood firm, asserting that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was wrong about the doomsday theory. He explained that human evolution would prevent such an event. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's eyes narrowed as he questioned Izuku's reasoning. Izuku elaborated on the theory, explaining how quirks had evolved over time, allowing people to use them safely. He pointed to screens displaying heroes with powerful quirks who suffered little to no backlash from their abilities. He emphasized that the human body had adapted to quirks, ensuring that a quirk doomsday would never occur. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 scoffed at Izuku's claims, but Izuku pressed on, suggesting that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 already knew the truth. He pointed out inconsistencies in 𝗏𝗏𝗏's story, questioning how his quirk could reflect everything if he had a clean goatee and shaved head. As 𝗏𝗏𝗏's expression shifted to anger, Izuku accused him of lying and having control over his quirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 shouted for Izuku to silence himself, but Izuku continued to confront him. Meanwhile, Katsuki was dodging attacks from the twins, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had taken to the air, skillfully avoiding their strikes. Katsuki noticed a moment when two of the twins' blades got stuck together, sparking an idea. Leviathan relentlessly pursued the heroes, pushing them to their limits. The two fire users were beginning to overheat, while the dual elemental users seemed to lose hope. Despite this, Leviathan increased his attacks, knocking one of the fire users into a wall and then submerging him in water. Izuku struggled to maintain his barrier against 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻's relentless assault. The villain's fury intensified as he revealed that he had indeed learned to turn off his quirk years ago, which had brought him immense joy. However, when he tried to share this freedom with others, he was still shunned. His rage boiled over as he vowed to make the world suffer as he had. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 recounted how easily he had manipulated others to follow his plans, likening it to a game. His voice grew more furious with each word, declaring that the world would burn. When it was all over, when all the quirk users and heroes were gone, and when the smoke cleared, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 declared that he alone would rule the world. He stopped his attack upon noticing Izuku smiling at him, demanding to know what was amusing. Izuku thanked 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 for revealing his true colors to the world, pointing to the cameras that were broadcasting everything he had said. Realizing this, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻's anger exploded as he slammed his body against the barriers, causing Izuku to hit the wall. The villain unleashed his rage, trying to break through the barrier to reach the boy hiding behind it. Katsuki devised a plan, running circles around the twins. Each time he did, their blades would temporarily get tangled until they finally became stuck together. This diversion distracted them long enough for him to blast in, grab the tangled mess of wires, and rocket them into the air. He spun like a tornado before slamming them back to the ground. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 transformed into an 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐽𝐻 and charged at them, but realizing they still weren't down, Katsuki shouted for the dinosaur hero to move. He then came down on the two with a powerful attack that finally knocked them out, allowing the heroes to reunite with their team. 𝐵𝐻 struggled to get Leviathan to release Sh𝗱𝗱, but the beast refused to budge, firing blast after blast at him with no effect. Pyro attempted to help, but the last attack had left her dazed and unable to focus, causing her to stumble as she tried to walk. Meanwhile, Sh𝗱𝗱 was trying to escape the villain's grasp. He attempted to freeze Leviathan's fingers off, but they were too warm, and when he tried to burn them, the water was too cold. Despite accepting both of his parents' quirks, he still felt inadequate. Then he heard it, "It's your power, not his." Those 5 words pierced his mind, making him realize he had been viewing his power as separate from himself. No more. This fire was not Enji Todoroki's, nor was this Ice Ray Todoroki's. They were both his. He was Shoto Todoroki, the hero Frostburn. In that moment, Leviathan felt a heat so intense that he was forced to let go. Sh𝗱𝗱 burst out of the water, his body radiating something new, neither ice nor fire, but a combination of both. Surprised but ready to fight, Sh𝗱𝗱 prepared himself. 𝐵𝐻, concerned, asked if he was okay. With a reassuring smile, Sh𝗱𝗱 replied that he had never felt better and was ready to end the fight. His attention returned to the villain, who, after recovering from his shock, charged forward. Sh𝗱𝗱 mirrored the movement, strange flames erupting from his hands and feet. As they closed in on each other, Sh𝗱𝗱 focused on creating the hottest flames he could muster, sending them forward with a powerful strike. The resulting hit burned the villain, staggering him back. Sh𝗱𝗱 dodged the villain's counterattack, landing another hit, then another. Soon, he was unleashing multiple powerful strikes with ease while 𝐵𝐻 melted the ice beneath the villain's feet to throw him off balance. However, Sh𝗱𝗱 began to feel his stamina waning, realizing that his new form was draining him. It was time to end the fight. Giving it everything he had, he shot forward and delivered a powerful uppercut to the villain's chin, causing him to fall back and finally lose consciousness. Exhausted, Sh𝗱𝗱 deactivated his new ability and collapsed. Despite having his back against the wall, Izuku managed to maintain his barriers as 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 continued his relentless assault. Each punch and kick hit the barriers with a loud clang, enveloping them in a bright red glow before fading back to a rusty hue. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 taunted Izuku, insisting he couldn't hide behind those barriers forever. In response, Izuku pointed out that 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 was doing the same with his own quirk. Encouraged by the voices of the second and third users in his head, Izuku continued to provoke the villain, making him angrier. All Might, watching the fight, urged Izuku to fight back. In a whisper, Izuku replied that it wasn't time yet. He then challenged 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻, questioning his inability to break through a quirk similar to his own. This taunt caused the villain's attacks to quicken, and All Might realized Izuku had a plan. With the guidance of his predecessors, Izuku unleashed a barrage of insults, each one fueling 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿's anger and increasing the power of his attacks. The ground and nearby walls began to crack from the force, but Izuku's barriers remained strong. As 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿's attacks gradually slowed and weakened, he became blinded by his rage, unaware that he was exhausting himself. Izuku patiently waited for the right moment to strike back. When 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 mocked him, asking what had happened to his bravado, Izuku seized the opportunity. He had been quiet for a reason, and now it was time to turn the tide of the battle. Izuku seized the moment to drop the barriers and stepped forward, his arm enveloped in a red, lightning-infused smoke, poised to strike. He warned the villain to silence himself before launching his fist directly into 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿's face. The impact created a massive burst of lightning and force, sending 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 flying across the room. As he steadied himself, he instinctively covered his nose and mouth with his hand, experiencing a sensation he had never felt before. It was something his quirk had shielded him from for years. He spat a fragment of a tooth into his hand and, upon glancing down, saw blood trickling from his nose. For the first time, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 was confronted with genuine physical pain, the intense agony and unwelcome sensation. He stared at Izuku in shock and horror as a bruise began to form on his bleeding nose. His fear intensified when the countdown for the bombs halted, and a message appeared on the screens declaring bombs disabled, as 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 had just plugged the key into the server. Realizing his plan was collapsing, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 attempted to rush to the server room, hoping to reverse the situation and reactivate the bombs. However, Izuku, now utilizing his third gear, blocked his path and sent him flying back with a powerful double kick to the stomach. With 50% of one for all combined with his new smoke knuckle technique and the accumulated energy of 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿, Izuku struck 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 with the force equivalent to 100% of one for all. It was no surprise that the kick not only sent the villain back but also destroyed his shoes and the lower part of his costume. Undeterred, Izuku pressed forward, delivering another punch that sent 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 reeling and left another wound on his body. The villain attempted to retaliate but was sent crashing into a wall, where he endured several more punches to his torso. He managed to escape and launched an attack back at Izuku, who skillfully dodged before propelling 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 into the air. In slow motion, 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 was forced to watch as Izuku soared above him and dove down with incredible speed, resembling a shooting star, before slamming his fist into the villain and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Those watching held their breath as the dust slowly settled, revealing Izuku standing triumphantly over the now defeated 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿. The villain's skin was pale, the final blow having shattered his defenses and forced his quirk to deactivate. Despite his costume being in tatters and bearing a few bruises, Izuku stood tall, raising his fist in victory. The mission was finally over. When 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 regained consciousness, he found himself staring at the damaged ceiling of his fortress. To his side, he saw the hero boy who had knocked him out sitting on some rubble. He tried to get up to confront Izuku but found himself unable to move. Confusion set in as he attempted to demand answers but panicked when he realized he couldn't speak either. Was he paralyzed? No, if he were truly paralyzed, he wouldn't still have feeling in his body. Had that final blow caused this? Did the boy inject him with something while he was unconscious? His thoughts were interrupted when the rubble blocking the entrance to the room was blasted away, revealing the rest of the heroes. Katsuki began shouting, but stopped short upon noticing Izuku calmly waiting for them. The white-haired boy greeted them, and Shoto asked if he was okay. Izuku nodded, replying that he was just a bit tired. Dinerage remarked on Izuku's disheveled appearance, to which Izuku cheekily responded, pointing out their own wounds and ragged looks. Laughter erupted among them as Burnin noticed. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 turned and inquired about his identity. In response, Izuku noted that it was 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿. Pyro commented on the man's skin, which was no longer glowing blue but instead appeared quite pale. Izuku explained that the blue glow had been a result of his quirk, which provided a protective energy shield that reflected everything that came into contact with him. Katsuki observed that the man wasn't moving and asked if he was paralyzed. Izuku shook his head, clarifying that it was gear shift, and he had put the man in neutral, rendering him immobile since he didn't have any cuffs on him. Burnin then inquired if Izuku had managed to get the key to the server room in time. Izuku pointed to the screens, indicating that while he hadn't, Rody had. The screens displayed that the bombs had been deactivated and the heroes had secured them all. Realizing this, 𝗏𝗱 stated that it was over and they had won, prompting the small group of heroes to cheer in victory, echoed by the rest of the world. Afterward, everything became a blur of motion as the bombs were taken away for disposal. The members of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 were arrested, and thanks to the information obtained from the drive, all of the group's undercover agents in the police force were identified. As 𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 and his inner circle were taken into custody, the leader of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 was placed in an Iron Maiden and muzzled. Once Izuku cancelled gear shift, the man began to scream in outrage, especially when Rody entered and struck him in the gut before he was taken away. After receiving much-needed medical attention and filing their reports, the heroes returned to the agency where they were staying to rest, while Rody was escorted home to his siblings. That night, Izuku found himself once again standing before his predecessors in the Vestige world. Yoichi greeted him warmly, and Izuku returned the gesture with a slight bow, expressing his pleasure at seeing them again. He then turned to the others and asked what they wished to discuss. 𝐶𝐭𝐴 cheered, commending him on taking down 𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘, with Daigoro nodding in agreement and exclaiming how impressive it was to make the villain think he had the upper hand before turning the tables on him. Izuku rubbed the back of his head bashfully, admitting that he had drawn inspiration from some of the old movies they had suggested. He then expressed his gratitude to Kudo and Bruce, acknowledging that he couldn't have made 𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 that angry without their advice. Bruce remarked that he couldn't stand by and let the man get away with his lies, while Kudo added that watching Izuku provoke the fraud was priceless. He noted that although Izuku was still naive, he was definitely earning his respect. Izuku nodded at the two vigilantes before asking what they wanted to discuss. Dr. Samuel responded by noting that they had observed Izuku's ability to create combinations becoming more fluid as he practiced. Izuku agreed, wondering how much longer it would take until he could combine all his abilities. En interjected, pointing out that Izuku was limiting himself by not using 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in his combinations. He explained that when he combined 𝗏𝗏𝗏 with another quirk, the stockpiled energy depletes much faster than when used alone, and he was trying to save it for when he truly needed it. Bruce smirked, telling Izuku that he had been storing so much energy inside 𝗏𝗏𝗏 that it was like comparing the amount of water in a bucket to that in a kiddie pool. Shocked, Izuku asked for clarification. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 stifled a giggle as she explained that due to all his training and constant use of the air blaster technique, 𝗏𝗏𝗏's stockpile had dwarfed that of One for All. Nana reassured him that this meant he didn't have to worry about wasting energy and could experiment as much as he wanted. Izuku bashfully declared that he knew what he would be doing when they returned home. Just as he began to wake up, Nana reminded him to rest, noting that after everything he had been through, he had earned it. When Rody woke up the next morning, he didn't expect much to happen. However, he was surprised when a woman in an expensive-looking suit and sunglasses knocked on his door, holding an envelope. She asked if he was Rody 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, to which he replied that he was and inquired how he could assist her. The woman gave a salute and introduced herself as an agent of the WHO. She expressed gratitude on behalf of the organization for his service. Handing him an envelope, she continued, stating that for his help and his father's sacrifice in stopping 𝗒𝐮𝐬𝐴, they wished to reward him with a substantial sum and a large trust fund for his family. As he opened the envelope, he found her words to be true. She revealed that, thanks to the information on the key, his father had left everything he owned to him and his siblings to be divided evenly, including his bank account, their family home, and his investments. After finishing her explanation, she gave him a final salute and departed from Shanti House. Rody was left speechless, overwhelmed with joy. For so long he had struggled to raise his siblings, resorting to questionable means just to put food on the table. The dream of fulfilling his aspirations had felt impossible, but now, with their futures secured, Roro and Lala could attend any school they desired. They could finally live in a real house again, and he could pursue his dream of becoming a pilot. Looking up at the sky with hope in his eyes, Pino shed tears of joy. Later, the heroes gathered at the airport, preparing to return home. The Soul family had come to bid them farewell. Izuku shook Rodi's hand and said he hoped to see him again, reminding him to stay out of trouble. Rodi joked back, suggesting it was Izuku who should be cautious about getting into trouble. Pino gave a thumbs up as the heroes boarded their plane, waving goodbye as they departed for home. The next morning, Kirishima entered the common room where Mina, Jiro, Koda, Shoji, Tenya, Mineta, Ojiro, and Siro were hanging out. Upon seeing the redhead, they greeted him, with Tenya expressing hope that Kirishima had a pleasant rest. Kirishima replied that it had been okay, though he wished he could have slept longer. Everyone nodded in agreement as he took a seat. Mineta asked if he had any plans for the day. Kirishima held up his phone, mentioning he had downloaded a new online mobile game and intended to try it out. Tenya, with his leg in a cast, explained that he was focusing on resting and healing after breaking his leg during their mission overseas. Kirishima inquired why he hadn't asked Recovery Girl or Midoriya for help. Tenya explained that Recovery Girl was busy at several hospitals, and Midoriya was still resting. Ojiro then switched channels on the TV, pausing when he saw their team on the news. The broadcast covered their recent mission to stop 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐼𝐼, showcasing footage of the heroes battling the terrorist group. While the focus was primarily on major figures like Star and Stripes, Endeavor, and Bomb Babe, their team appeared on screen, with Izuku being mentioned the most for his role in taking down 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿. Mina expressed her mixed feelings about not being named, while Koda quietly admitted he was relieved they hadn't been asked for an interview. Siro reassured them that they would receive proper lessons on that in their second year. Shoji noted that their time as first years was coming to an end, yet it felt distant. Mina hoped their next homeroom teacher would be more relaxed than Aizawa, to which Tenya informed them that Midnight would be their teacher next year. Everyone agreed that it would be interesting before returning to their relaxation. Tenya received a message from Izuku, who informed him that All Might wanted them to meet in his office after school the following day. Curious, Tenya asked for the reason, but Izuku could only say they would be meeting some new faces. In the changing room, the boys of Class 1A prepared for their hero lesson. The Quirk gym had been restored, and Aizawa wanted them to develop new super moves and strengthen their quirks. Kaminari asked if they would focus more on creating new moves or enhancing their quirks. Kirishima expressed his intention to push beyond his unbreakable form or at least make it stronger. Siro jokingly asked what a form beyond that transformation would be called, prompting laughter from the group. Tenya mentioned he would practice his maneuverability, noting that while he could move at incredible speeds, he struggled with tight turns. Shoto suggested asking his brother for advice. Shoji put on his boots and remarked that the two had similar quirks. Tenya nodded in agreement, admitting that while he had been receiving advice, he was still struggling. Kaminari encouraged him, assuring him that with practice, he would figure it out. Tenya thanked him with a nod. As Shoto finished putting on his shoes, he looked up at Izuku and asked if he was wearing his stealth suit. Izuku nodded while fastening his gloves. Kaminari inquired why he was wearing it, and Katsuki added that a better question was how he had it. Izuku explained that his old costume had been damaged beyond repair during his fight with 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿, leaving only the utility belt and rebreather intact. He had asked a member of the WHO if he could keep those parts, and after checking, they had given him the go-ahead. Siro found it neat, while Katsuki expressed annoyance, wondering if he could have just asked to keep his cool gauntlets. Izuku shrugged, suggesting it was possible, which caused Katsuki to sigh in frustration as he finished putting on his costume. Once everyone was in the gym, they were allowed to start training. Some trained individually, while others paired up. Izuku teamed up with Kirishima, Tsuyu, Jiro, and Ojiro. He asked Kirishima if he was sure about this, and Kirishima encouraged him to go for it. Following his friend's encouragement, Izuku unleashed a 40% smash that sent Kirishima back into a pillar, causing only minor bruising. Concerned, Izuku checked on him, and Kirishima assured him he was fine, just some bruising he could handle. As Izuku activated his quirk to heal Kirishima's injuries, Jiro took notes, noting that a month ago he could only withstand 20% of Snow's strength, but now he could almost handle 40%. Izuku, confused, asked about the nickname, and 𝐻𝐼𝐻 explained it was because of his hair. Izuku nodded, slightly blushing, and then inquired about 𝐻𝐼𝐻's jax and hearing range. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 explained that her hearing had improved significantly thanks to her new support gear, but the strength of her jax hadn't increased much since summer camp. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 chimed in, saying the same applied to his tail. He had been finding ways to use it more effectively, but increasing its strength would be beneficial. After his bruises were healed, Kirishima suggested they could use a practice dummy, and he needed some blacksmiths to strengthen his armor. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 asked if he was sure, and Kirishima reassured him that he could take the hits, suggesting they could use each other as whetstones to sharpen their skills. The others agreed, and Kirishima hardened up as they began using their quirks on him while Izuku and 𝐶𝐮𝐬 watched. Izuku asked 𝐶𝐮𝐬 what her plans were, and she smiled, noting that he had finally called her by her nickname without hesitation. Izuku, in a sarcastic tone, apologized for any perceived insult, and 𝐶𝐮𝐬 playfully remarked that he was finally gaining confidence. He credited his great friends for helping him come out of his shell. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 smirked, suggesting that if he were chosen as class representative next year, he might actually take the role. Izuku shrugged, saying it was possible, but they were getting off topic. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 confirmed she would practice her camouflage and stealth techniques, while Izuku planned to experiment with combining 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻's energy with his other quirks. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 expressed excitement, saying it would be fun to watch. Izuku began to think about his combinations, recalling that using 𝐒𝐻 with black WHP created black chains. He wondered what would happen when he combined it with his other quirks. He decided to try combining it with danger scanning first and turned to 𝐶𝐮𝐬, who was starting to turn invisible, asking if she could do him a favor. As the girl became fully invisible, she expressed her readiness to assist. He explained his plan to combine 𝐒𝐻 with danger scanning, asking her to attack him without his knowledge. Although he couldn't see her, he sensed her nodding in agreement before she walked away, the sound of her footsteps fading into silence. He smiled, thinking that 𝐶𝐮 had been getting advice from Toru. Closing his eyes, he focused on merging the two quirks, and like with Black Whip, the combination worked seamlessly. When he opened his eyes, the world around him moved in slow motion, reminiscent of his first experience with gear shift at its peak. The difference this time was that his movements weren't as rapid, but the scanning and sensing aspects of his quirk had reached new heights. Turning around, he spotted 𝐶𝐮 leaping from one of the cement pillars toward him, her body twisting gracefully in midair as she aimed to kick him. He quickly assessed her, gathering information at an accelerated rate, now enhanced with new insights. He noticed multiple weak points on her body, some from previous injuries, others natural vulnerabilities that most wouldn't perceive. Strangely, he could sense the potential of her quirk and how much she had developed it. He would need to study that later, but for now, he focused on evading her kick. As he dodged, he cut off the combo, causing everything to return to normal speed, and he clutched his head as dizziness set in. 𝐶𝐮, now visible, steadied him and asked if he was okay. He admitted that his head was spinning and began using cell activation to recover quickly. Curious, 𝐶𝐮 inquired about the results of the combo. He explained that 𝐒𝐻's energy had amplified danger scanning, allowing him to gather information rapidly, akin to a bullet time ability from old video games. 𝐶𝐮 likened it to the WhatIf system from Fallout, which made Izuku smile. He continued, revealing that he could now sense the potential of her quirk and how far she had come. 𝐶𝐮 stepped back, now that he could stand on his own, and asked how she measured up. He reassured her that she was doing quite well, estimating her at around 40% of her full potential. 𝐶𝐮 looked confused, prompting him to clarify that while in his bullet time state, he had scanned everyone within a 13-mile radius. She expressed disbelief, commenting on the craziness of it all and how she was surprised he hadn't experienced information overload. He explained that he had focused on everyone in the gym, so he hadn't gathered much from those outside. 𝐶𝐮 then asked who had reached the highest potential in their class. Izuku shared that, from what he had gathered, the top 4 were Tenya, Ochako, Kirishima, and 𝐻𝐼𝐻. 𝐶𝐮 was shocked, having expected Shoto, Bakugo, or Momo to be at the top. Izuku clarified that power and potential were different. While they were powerful, he believed they had only scratched the surface of their potential. Surprisingly, 𝐀𝐮𝐲 was among the lowest, just ahead of Toru and 𝗧𝗏, but behind Hyuga and Minato. Tsu nodded thoughtfully and asked which quirk he planned to combine 𝐻𝐻𝐽 with next. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Izuku decided to try Laser Bullet, curious about the outcome. Tsu stepped back to give him space as he turned to face one of the cement pillars. He raised his hand, focusing on creating a weak beam to avoid causing too much destruction. However, instead of a small beam, he conjured a small ball of swirling purple energy surrounded by a red aura. Intrigued, he sent it toward the pillar, resulting in a powerful burst of explosive energy that caused the pillar to crumble. Surprised by the strength of the attack, he remarked on how he hadn't expected it to be so powerful, especially since he aimed for a weaker output. Tsu watched with amusement, teasing him about being the honored one now. He laughed and focused on his next combination while Laser Beam, Counter-Strike, and Daigoro marveled at the power unleashed by the combo. The following combinations were less eventful. Float gained the ability to move faster, and Gear Shift acquired an additional gear that resembled a maximum overdrive. After using Gear Shift, Izuku breathed, realizing he would need to reserve the maximum overdrive combination for emergencies or when his body was fully accustomed to it. He noticed Ojiro taking a quick break from training and asked if he was doing well. Ojiro nodded, stating he was just catching his breath. Izuku then had an idea and asked Ojiro if he could test one of his combos on him. Ojiro, intrigued, agreed, and Izuku explained that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 amplified the effects of his other powers, wanting to see what would happen when combined with cell activation. Ojiro considered this before raising his hand for Izuku to take, and Izuku focused on the combination of 𝐻𝐻𝐽 and cell activation. Suddenly, Ojiro felt a change within himself as green electrical energy enveloped his body, prompting him to spring back up. He wondered if something was wrong. Izuku observed as Ojiro shook his head, expressing that he felt fine, better than fine in fact, claiming to feel stronger. Izuku suggested that perhaps the combination of their powers had increased Ojiro's strength. Kirishima, excited by this idea, proposed they test it out. Ojiro eagerly got into a fighting stance, ready to spar. Jiro, Tsu, and Izuku stepped aside to give the two boys space. Kirishima hardened into his unbreakable form and charged forward, with Ojiro racing ahead in a blur. Their clash began, each punch, kick, and tail lash Ojiro delivered packed immense force, enough to push Kirishima back but not to harm him. Jiro inquired about Ojiro's newfound strength, and Izuku, using his scanning ability, estimated it to be around 20%. Jiro whistled in surprise and asked how long the power would last. Izuku, cupping his chin in thought, shrugged, noting that the energy he had given Ojiro didn't seem to be fading. As the spar continued, something remarkable occurred. Ojiro's tail grew longer and stronger, and 2 additional tails sprouted. Ojiro expressed his astonishment at the new appendages. Kirishima, concerned for his friend, asked what was happening. Izuku speculated that it was 𝐻𝐻𝐽's energy interacting with Ojiro's tail. Kirishima recalled a previous opponent who had used a similar enhancement. Tsu remarked on the increasing usefulness of the combination, and the others nodded in agreement, allowing the spar to continue. With the extra tails, Ojiro had more power, but he struggled a bit due to his inexperience with the additional limbs. Izuku noted this observation while Ojiro realized that the enhanced strength seemed to diminish. Once the spar concluded, the two boys sat down, Kirishima exhausted and Ojiro out of habit. Ojiro exclaimed how amazing it felt to be so strong and how handy the additional tails were. Kirishima expressed his curiosity about what the combination would do for him. Before Izuku could offer to let Kirishima try the energy enveloping Ojiro faded, causing his extra tails to disappear and his original tail to return to normal. Concerned, Izuku asked if Ojiro was okay and if he experienced any negative side effects. Ojiro shook his head, assuring him he felt fine. Jiro suggested he should talk to Recovery Girl after class, and Ojiro nodded in agreement. He then mentioned he had figured out how long the quirk could last. When asked for details, Ojiro explained that while using the power, he felt it remained stable, but when he stopped for 10 seconds, it diminished by half. He concluded that as long as the user kept moving, they wouldn't run out of energy, but stopping would affect how long the power lasted. Izuku made a mental note of this information and asked 𝐻𝐼𝐻 if he wanted to continue practicing. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 declined, preferring not to become too reliant on such power, but assured Izuku that he would accept it if the moment called for it. Izuku then turned to Kirishima, asking if he wanted to give it a try. Kirishima enthusiastically agreed. Izuku placed his hand on Kirishima's shoulder, enveloping him in the same energy that had covered 𝐻𝐼𝐻. Kirishima felt his fatigue vanish as his strength and speed increased to the equivalent of 20% of One for All. He joyfully exclaimed how awesome it felt and asked 𝐻𝐼𝐻 if he wanted to continue sparring. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 agreed, seeing the opportunity to gain experience fighting someone faster and stronger. As the two boys moved aside to start another spar, Jiro, Tsu, and Izuku watched. Jiro asked Izuku what other new combinations he planned to try. Izuku inquired if she wanted to join them, but she declined, stating that her arms felt like they were going to fall off. Izuku offered to help heal her, and she appreciated his kindness. After he finished, Jiro asked about the new combinations Izuku was considering. Tsu suggested that since he had already used most aspects of his quirks, he might try a smokescreen with 𝐻𝐼𝐻 or a Hydra combination. Izuku agreed, leaning toward the smokescreen first, preferring to save the more powerful Hydra combination for later. The two girls stepped back to give him space to try it out. Focusing on his intention, Izuku enveloped himself in a cloud of black smoke. Tsu noted the color change and questioned what else had changed. Jiro, curious, reached into the cloud but quickly pulled her hand back after feeling a jolt. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was okay, and Jiro reassured him that she was fine, just having received a minor shock. Izuku pondered as Tsu remarked that it seemed he had his own storm cloud. He began to disperse the cloud, expressing excitement about practicing with it more later. Once the cloud vanished, he shifted his focus to combining 𝐻𝐻𝐻 with Hydra. The sentient quirk slid out from his back, ready for the next step. Jiro observed with anticipation, and she and Tsu took a few steps back as Izuku concentrated on the combination. Hydra began to shift and grow larger, its serpent body becoming more defined, with its head splitting into two, resembling a flower with 4 petals and revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Kirishima exclaimed in awe at the transformation, noting how the design reminded him of something. However, before he could finish his thought, the combined quirk twisted and spun, letting out a loud screech as its head rotated like a drill. Suddenly, it slammed into the ground, digging into the floor. Izuku, caught off guard by the quirk's actions, was dragged across the gym, causing significant damage and forcing others training nearby to dodge the out-of-control quirk. Just then, Aizawa intervened, using his quirk to erase Izuku's, halting the chaos but sending Izuku crashing into a pillar with a loud thud. Aizawa, his tone laced with concern, asked if Izuku was all right. Izuku replied that it could be worse as he got up, rubbing his back in discomfort. Aizawa's tone turned serious as he inquired about what had happened. Izuku explained that he was testing new combinations, pointing to the damage in the gym and admitting that this particular one was a bit out of his control. Aizawa rubbed his forehead and suggested setting up a designated area for Izuku to practice controlling it later, but for now, it would be best not to use that combination. Izuku nodded, apologizing for the damage. 𝐶EMENTOS approached and patted Izuku on the shoulder, reassuring him that he could fix the damage quickly thanks to his quirk. He advised Izuku to apologize to his classmates. Agreeing, Izuku activated his quirk to heal his injuries as he made his way to his peers. Aizawa sighed, commenting on how the problem children were becoming increasingly troublesome. 𝐶EMENTOS raised an eyebrow, recalling that Aizawa used to refer to the big three as problem children. Aizawa acknowledged this, and 𝐶EMENTOS pointed out that they were now the most powerful hero students in the country, questioning why Aizawa was labeling his entire class as such. Aizawa, trying to maintain his composure, denied any implication while a smirk threatened to break through his deadpan expression. After hero lessons concluded for the day, Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya decided to visit the support labs, each needing adjustments made to their costumes. As Izuku approached the door, it suddenly burst open due to an explosion, and Mei collided with him. Izuku greeted her from beneath his fellow first year, while Mei, unfazed, inquired if his new costume was made by Shield-san. Tenya looked on with concern, and Ochako observed with mild annoyance at Mei's carelessness. Power Loader emerged to check if everyone was alright, surprised to see the trio again and relieved they were unharmed. He assumed they were there for costume alterations or new support gear. Ochako confirmed their intentions as she and Tenya helped Izuku and Mei to their feet. Power Loader welcomed them into the lab and asked what changes they were hoping to make. Izuku lifted his leg, explaining that his shoes were too tight and uncomfortable. Mei used her quirk to examine them closely, confirming they were too small. Izuku added that they were the only ones he had left since his old ones had exploded. Power Loader nodded, assuring him it shouldn't be too much of a problem. He then asked if there was anything else Izuku wanted to add. Izuku inquired about upgrading his rebreather to allow him to breathe while moving at his highest speed. Power Loader looked puzzled until Izuku elaborated that, thanks to the final aspect of his quirk, he could change the speed of what he touched, including himself. However, when he reached a certain speed, he struggled to breathe properly. Power Loader found this interesting and proposed a solution, showing Izuku a design on a tablet for a new rebreather that could store and provide the necessary oxygen. Izuku inquired as Power Loader shook his head. He explained that modifying Izuku's old mask would require extensive changes, suggesting it would be best to have a new one built instead. Izuku nodded in understanding. He then turned to Tenya and Ochako, with the brunette expressing her longing for upgrades to the air jets in her costume to make them more powerful. She also wanted to add a shock ability to her cables and a rebreather to her gear. Mei chimed in, suggesting that Ochako might be interested in adding one of her jetpacks to her arsenal. Ochako looked at the jetpack with uncertainty before mentioning that she would like to test it out first. Mei then took Izuku's old rebreather and put it on Ochako, finishing her thought by saying that Ochako could just take Midoriya's old one. Power Loader shook his head, stating that they couldn't simply take something from one person's costume and give it to someone else. Mei, confused, questioned why not, arguing that they would be saving money by recycling it and that sharing was something couples did. Despite the mask covering part of her face, it was clear that Ochako was blushing, while Izuku also turned red, trying to use his hood to cover his embarrassment. Tenya tried to suppress a laugh at his friend's expense. Power Loader shrugged, asking if it was okay with them, and the two nodded, muttering that they didn't mind. Power Loader then asked about Tenya's needs. Tenya expressed his hope to discuss possible upgrades, realizing that to improve further, he might require additional gear. Power Loader handed him a tablet, mentioning that they had a large catalog of gear that could work well with his quirk, along with adjustments for his costume. As Tenya reviewed the list, he appeared perplexed by the sheer number of options. Power Loader reassured him that he didn't have to make a decision immediately and could borrow the list to consider later. Bowing in thanks, Tenya placed the tablet in his backpack for later use. Power Loader then stated that if that was all they needed, they could start ordering new gear and modifying their costumes. Mei excitedly held up what looked like a pair of rocket boots, suggesting that they could try them out. However, the boots unexpectedly exploded, filling the lab with smoke. After the incident in the support lab, the three friends made their way to All Might's office. Upon arrival, they noticed Katsuki and Shoto waiting outside. The elemental user asked where they had been, and the three responded in unison that they had been in the support lab. Katsuki then inquired when All Might would arrive, to which Izuku checked his phone and replied that All Might would be there soon, as he was running a bit late. The five of them patiently waited for their teacher, engaging in various activities to pass the time. Izuku handed his phone to Ochako so she could play a game while he provided tips. Tenya and Katsuki started a game of rock, paper, lasers, gas, spikes, and scissors, while Shoto spent his time texting his family in a group chat. Soon, All Might arrived, accompanied by Recovery Girl, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, Detective Tsukachi, and on 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's shoulder was Principal Nizu. All Might apologized for keeping them waiting as he opened the door and let them in. Once inside, they each took a seat around All Might's desk, with Nizu and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 sitting next to him while Recovery Girl and Tsukachi sat on either side of the students. All Might addressed the group, stating that they were probably wondering why he had called them together. Katsuki remarked that most of them probably didn't have anything better to do, and the others nodded in agreement. All Might cleared his throat and explained that he wanted to introduce them to others who were aware of One for All. He noted that they already knew Principal Nizu and Recovery Girl, but for those who didn't know, he introduced his mentor 𝐻𝐿 and his friend Detective Tsukachi. Tenya recognized 𝐻𝐿 from the stain incident, shaking his hand, while Shoto recalled seeing Tsukachi after the USJ attack, which the detective confirmed as he had taken statements after the attack and had been assisting in the investigation of the League of Villains. Katsuki expressed surprise that David Shield would also know about One for All, but Izuku clarified that both David and Melissa were aware, although communication was challenging due to David's house arrest and Melissa's various projects. The four students nodded in understanding. All Might then turned to 𝐻𝐿, explaining that he had called them together due to Izuku's recent developments with his quirks. 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged that he was aware of Izuku's new quirks and was impressed by how quickly he had learned to control them. Izuku mentioned that he had received help from his teachers, friends, and predecessors. 𝐻𝐿, intrigued, asked about the predecessors. Izuku nodded as Hydra emerged, followed by three more figures of varying sizes, colors, and shapes. The smallest one spoke in Nana's voice, greeting 𝐀𝐮𝐿. The old man jumped in surprise, exclaiming in shock at the unexpected appearance. Nana smiled as she addressed 𝐀𝐮𝐿, reminding him of the marshmallow incident. 𝐀𝐮𝐿, surprised, acknowledged her presence, expressing disbelief at her return. In a moment of frustration, he kicked All Might, exclaiming about the shock of the revelation. All Might, rubbing his face, explained that he had intended to keep it a surprise. Nana chuckled lightly, suggesting that there was no need for violence, as she had asked All Might to keep it under wraps. 𝐻𝐿, sounding both exhausted and amused, inquired about the other three individuals present. Tsukachi, observing Izuku petting Hydra, asked about the creature. Izuku introduced Hydra, who responded with a low sound of contentment. Yoichi then introduced himself as the first user, followed by 𝐻𝐿, who identified herself as Counter-Strike. Tsukachi realized that not only previous users of One for All were present, but also their quirks. He inquired if Hydra King and Laser Beam were among them. Yoichi confirmed that Reika Iwakiri was included, but Hydra's original user was not. Tsukachi noted that this meant the original user was still alive and had a chance to recover from a coma. The students hoped for the pro's swift recovery. As discussions continued about Izuku's development with One for All and the students' own progress, Tsukachi decided it was time to share a concerning matter. Izuku expressed concern upon learning that someone had been investigating him. Tenya questioned why anyone would do such a thing, asserting that Izuku had done nothing wrong. Tsukachi calmly explained that a group of investigators had been instructed to look into Izuku, but reassured them that his records were clean, leaving the students relieved yet puzzled about the investigation's motives. In one of UA's training areas, Tenya and Katsuki were sparring with 𝐻𝐿. The elderly hero zipped around, with Katsuki skillfully dodging his attacks while Tenya struggled to keep pace. This sparring session had come about after Tenya requested to train with 𝐻𝐿, inspired by Izuku's description of the pro's quirk. He hoped to learn from the experience, but quickly realized how far he had to go in mastering his own abilities. Despite the embarrassment of being outmatched, he appreciated the lesson and the opportunity for improvement. Katsuki joined in, eager for the challenge and seeking experience against a faster opponent. As he dodged 𝐻𝐿's attacks, he began to mimic the pro's movements, striving to enhance his own flexibility. Izuku observed the training from a monitor in Recovery Girl's office while assisting her in healing 𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘, who had suffered a broken arm during a sparring session. After the healing was complete, 𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 expressed his gratitude to both Izuku and Recovery Girl. She reminded him that their quirks couldn't heal everything, to which he promised to be more careful. Once 𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 left, Recovery Girl thanked Izuku for his help, and he smiled, expressing his enjoyment of their conversations. Meanwhile, Mina and several girls were enjoying a trip to the mall with Midnight as their 𝐼𝐮𝐻. The pro had noticed their boredom and arranged for a day out, allowing them to relax and have fun, with full permission to defend themselves against any villains. At the PLF space, Toga attempted to leave without permission again. Spinner sighed as he watched Twice send out clones to bring her back. Mr. Compress suggested letting her go, but Spinner countered that it would be risky, as capture could lead to dire consequences. Compress acknowledged the concern but noted that Toga was becoming restless, especially after witnessing the fight between the boy she admired and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, which intensified her longing to see him and the girl again. Destro entered the scene, questioning the mention of the lying blue 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝗧𝗍. Spinner noted that the individual in question was not the main focus of their conversation, merely a minor part of it. The man walked away with a scowl, prompting Dabi to comment on his lingering anger regarding the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 incident. Compress added that given the organization's beliefs were in direct opposition to his own, it was understandable that it would trigger such a reaction. Dabi expressed disbelief that the man had suggested sending a strike team overseas to eliminate someone, to which Spinner replied that it would be a waste of resources. He pointed out that it was clear the liar would either be imprisoned for life or face the death penalty. Meanwhile, outside, the Twice clones were struggling to pull Toga off a tree she had clung to. One of the clones urged her to let go, but Toga, with comical tears in her eyes, insisted she wanted to see Ochako and Izuku, having not seen them in months. The clone explained that it wasn't the right time yet, but Toga protested, stating that any time was a good time. As the clone pulled her down, she began to thrash, declaring her longing to go out. The clones, unfazed, continued to bring her back in, and Toga exclaimed her frustration, vowing to put mud in their eyes. Deep in Tartarus, All for One waited patiently, sensing that everything was falling into place as his plan unfolded. Izuku stood guard in front of the two village children he had met while on the island. He and his party, along with other allies they had made during their journey, had come to the island for the Healing Festival. This annual event brought together the island's best healing mages to create a field of healing energy that could cure anyone caught within it. However, the island had recently been struck by a storm conjured by the man he faced now. Though he did not recognize the man, he recognized the sword he wielded as a copy of the dark blade All for One, the rival to his own sword, One for All. Izuku was determined to protect the young children under his care and would not allow this man to harm them. The man, known as Nine, commanded Izuku to move aside, warning him that he did not understand who he was dealing with. Izuku, holding his sword in a guarded stance, declared that he did not care about Nine's intentions toward the children and would not let him lay a finger on them. Nine regarded him with contempt and responded that it would be so. He then unleashed a gust of wind to charge forward and strike at Izuku. However, Izuku successfully blocked and parried the attack, countering with a powerful kick that sent Nine staggering back. Quickly recovering, Nine began firing beams of purple light from his fingertips toward Izuku, who dodged and maneuvered around in search of an opening. As he observed, Izuku noticed a dent in the imitation of All for One where he had blocked its strike, indicating it was not as strong as the original and could be defeated more easily. He also spotted a dark gem in the center of the blade glowing with 5 lights, likely the magic of the people Nine had stolen from. Realizing the vulnerability of the imitation, Izuku charged forward, launching an offensive strike with all his might. Nine raised a barrier of air to defend against the onslaught, but Izuku slid underneath it and, in one fluid motion, stabbed his sword through the gem of the imitation. To his surprise, the strike sent both him and Nine flying apart, as the lights from the gem flowed into One for All. In that moment, Izuku experienced a vision where he conversed with the previous users of this magic and the blade he now wielded. They expressed their gratitude for being freed and becoming part of One for All, even if unintentionally. In return, the spirits infused their power into One for All, enhancing its strength and granting Izuku access to their magic. When the vision ended, Izuku's hair transformed from green to white, signifying that his magic level was now equal to or even greater than All for One's, and One for All appeared more powerful. In a fit of fury, Nine summoned a more potent storm, but he stepped back in fear as Izuku harnessed his newfound magic to summon a formidable creature from the depths of legend, the mighty Hydra. The creature roared as it stood protectively beside its new Amar and the children he vowed to protect.